That's up to everyone else.
Yes, please.
Go.
All right. So, last time on Dungeons and WheatTons, while sheltering from the rain, you had a nice time at the pub, because I've learned that the pub is the one with rooms to stay at. Dimitri paying for your way with platinum and basically gifting each of you a silk robe, one of which he just straight cut up and got Phineas to sew a new one for Prisma, showing how much he cares.
What a nice guy.
Yeah.
Even though he could be a douche.
I mean, you are beneath him.
He got the good punch to the face he deserves. I'm okay.
He keeps saying that I'm beneath him, but I'm the one who floats above him.
Yeah, physically. But anyway, you had a nice meal and a nice rest. And then the next day, oh, we should also point out that Prisma got a mustache. Because that was harrowing.
I didn't grow a mustache, I just simply stole one by shaving it.
I didn't think that was a necessary explanation.
I don't know, just in case people get confused.
I lost connection.
I mean, your dancer, Mystalia, used to grow mustaches every now and then.
Every now and then.
Not by choice.
And beards.
Due to a technicality that the frickin' DM insisted.
The belt of dwarven kind.
I wouldn't say what the problem is. Growing a mustache, in real life is annoying as hell, but in game it's super fun.
The wording of the belt made it to where I initially wasn't going to be affected, but then the frickin' DM decided to change that.
Yeah. Because you started mouthing off.
I wasn't mouthing off. I was just like, because of that, I'm not affected. You were like, oh no.
No, I'm pretty sure you said something and then I changed that.
We'll go back and we'll check that later.
Alright, you go back and you check that later.
I will. Because I'm pretty sure that you just did to be a jerk.
Anyway. After getting that mustache, she was greeted by a shady character who looked normal to her, I'm sure. And she made her first drug deal, which was fun. Then everyone had their actual rest, passing out from being so gosh darn tired from the previous events, waiting for the rain to lessen.
Is it actually possible to set fire to this rain? I know it sounds like I'm making a reference to the song, but, I was thinking about the song, and now I'm thinking, if this rain is not just water, then can it be put on fire?
I mean, you could attempt, but that might just end up releasing the fumes into the air as is, and then
Someone's totally gonna launch a fireball right when they see first rain. And then everyone dies.
But anyway.
Fumigation party.
Anyway, the next morning you went on a shopping trip. I don't know why I'm trying to actually make this seem more than it was. Learned about the Hunters Guild a little bit. You went to the Runesmith area. The Gallant Co. franchise. And you learned about the wagon shop. And Prisma got a log to make arrows out of. And then we ended as you guys were checking out the available quests for you at the Hunters Guild. Which was an ape for 1,000 gold pieces in the stalactite fields near the Hanging Gardens. A horde of molded in a crevice below the bridge to Nefalt. Or an unknown creature for 1,000 gold pieces near the church in Corestone. And you guys were talking it over to choose one. To just kind of take this side quest while you're doing main quest stuff.
Yes.
And whenever you take one, no other hunters can encroach on your hunt until you have been proven successful or proof of your bodies has been brought back.
Ha! We encroached on the last guy's hunt.
Well,
They were dead.
yeah, we brought the creature back because they were not around.
So we
Oh.
go off on a technicality.
Well, you know, first come, first serve.
Well, let's not forget also that we didn't exactly encounter this thing on a sanctioned quest, so it's not like we picked up the mission from the guild. The guild obviously wouldn't give us the mission until there was proof the other guy failed it. But if we ran into the creature on our own, then it's a different matter.
Yeah, they understood
we were
that
going there for shelter.
they understood that circumstances were different in this situation. But now that you're a part of the guild, you can't encroach on somebody else's that they have taken.
What if the beast comes and joins the five of the other beast?
Then that's another
Again,
one of those
circumstances.
situations that they'll look at whenever they get to it.
Again,
Ah.
circumstances.
So I was fighting the monkey, and then a horde of this joined in, and then all of a sudden a mysterious guy, which for the record, if it's a mysterious guy, how do you know who it is? You know, it's the guild like far. It's a mystery, it could be anyone.
So have we all agreed on what quest we've taken?
We had not. That's where we stopped.
The monkey.
Yeah, it gave you a week to think about it, and now you can talk about it between yourselves. And
You see,
the monkey one!
I'm good
That
with
one
all
would
three
be
of them.
the farthest. So I mean,
I'm good with all three of them. Because all three of them lead to 1,000 gold.
yeah.
Not the horde of
Well,
zombies. The horde of molded is less gold, 700, I think.
500.
You know,
500.
I really wanted Wheat to be the one to jump onto that, not understanding that I'm counting on the 500 we already have. Therefore, 1,000.
Well, all right. I mean,
Damn it.
every once in we can grab the monkey, the ape.
Yay, monkey!
I'm all for monkey. It was what I was leaning towards. Monkey grip rune, super useful.
It will take us a while to get there unless we, can fly from the town we're going to. But yeah,
Well,
Go.
that and if I understand the disposition of the map, the stalactite area is on the way to where we're going anyway.
Wait, what? How did you catch that disposition? I authentically want to know this. Because I don't know. I don't understand a mapless map.
Well, I
It
actually
was
said
implied in
that.
something we said earlier.
What I actually said was the horde of molded is the closest to you. But it's in the opposite direction of the way you're going. So you can choose to go to Toren, which ends in part of the open area that, you know, is just like this big old pit that leads to the Hanging Gardens and the Stalactite Fields. But you don't really have a way of getting over there unless you could, you know, charter an airship or something from Toren. Or you could basically take the other fork, which heads to Nefalt, and you would have to cross the bridge where the whole Horde of Molded is in order to get there. And that Nefalt will be right before Corestone as the next town. And Corestone is actually a bigger city, less than a town. Or more than a town.
But either way, Toren is where we were heading in pursuit of the princess's captors.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what? Sorry, I also suffer temporal just something.
So technically, none of these are on the way.
Yes.
Well,
So-
I mean, it could be argued that going to our original objective will bring us closer to the monkey fight.
I mean, yeah. But how would you get to the actual destination there is the real question.
I mean, several options spring to mind, giant slingshot being one of them.
Okay, so
You guys can help me get the ingredients for that pixie dust. Although it will take 7 days to make.
And then it only
Well,
lasts
don't
for
take
like
us
10
longer
minutes.
than that. Yeah.
Does it only last for 10
Well,
Yeah.
10 minutes. But it's a flying speed of 60 feet.
yeah.
So the question becomes, how high up is the lowest stalactite we could fly to?
well,
That has a town in it, you
Well,
mean?
Or
That's
at least something to
something.
hold on to.
guess we
Even
can
if it's
just
just like a walkway.
more options when we get to that next town.
Or alternatively, we could go the Wile E. Coyote route and build a giant slingshot and try to shoot us up there.
Be like a Looney Tunes cartoon. Whee!
Well,
Of course, I'm sure they have airships going up there all the time. Although, if we were really looking to go to the Hang Gardens, I would wager that our best shot would, oddly enough, be in Corestone.
I
Well,
should
the-
predict this creature.
The main way of getting there would be in Corestone.
Yeah, I figured, because it's a major city, so they'd have to have a transportation hub.
Yeah, that's the... They actually have a gondola.
well, there you go.
Now, the question is, could we hijack that line from Toren?
Alright, well, I can ask. So I cast Augury as a ritual.
All right, and what is your question?
Alright. Is there a vehicle? Wait, what was a? Hold on. Didn't you? What
Within the
vehicle?
next 30 minutes.
What was the? What was the vehicle?
The gondola?
Gondola?
Okay. Can we have a nice time? Would we successfully? Ew, no, that's stupid too.
I mean, you can't really ask this question anyway. Augury only works on an action that you're going to take within the next 30 minutes.
Okay. Would we find relative ease in the hijacking of a gondola were we to approach it within the next 30 minutes?
Well, you would not be able to approach it within the next 30 minutes, so I don't really know how to answer that.
That sounds like whoa. If it's not
Yeah.
even possible, that's
Seems
pretty
like
much
we
whoa.
wouldn't make it in time.
Well, I mean, keep in mind that the place we're going to, Toren, is presumably several miles away from Corestone. So even if we could, and presumably also several miles away from where we are currently. So even if we could hijack a gondola from there, which I'm not saying we could or couldn't, but it'd definitely take us more than 30 minutes to get there at least. So
I don't know if anybody in this party has been to Corestone. You could roll a history check. Or did I say Corestone? I meant Toren.
Well,
I love these prompts
seems we
that
can worry
basically
about
make
that
me-
stuff when we get to the town.
I know Vitari hasn't been.
No way.
I remember a timeline where I was there.
Yeah, you remember that there is no, at least in the timeline that you're remembering, there is no gondola in Toren because it is too far away from the Hanging Gardens.
Huh. I love this.
Then we'll
Good.
just
Burn that
Well,
bridge
the
when we come to it.
You what?
I was
Yeah.
going to say, the question is there a path from Toren to Corestone?
That's a different timeline and memory.
Because we're going to Toren, no mistake about that. That's where our our objective lies, as far as we know.
yes.
Well, again, you can also make these history checks to see if you've ever been there.
Well,
I shall.
the map the lady gave us, does it show us?
Oh
If-
yeah, I forgot you guys got a map.
Yeah.
On the map, if you just look at it, you can see that Toren is kind of like I can't really say coastal village, but a village on the bluffs, in the way that it is just on a cliff. And it goes straight down into the pit that just kind of, the land just ends for a while down there.
The Hanging Gardens sounds like a cool place. Can I do a history check to see if Prisma's ever been there?
Yeah, go ahead. You may not have been there, but you may have heard a couple of stories about these stalactites so large and so solid that they have carved them out, and it is still sturdy enough to keep hanging, with cities inside of them, and they're just towns dotted around, kind of like its own little own very small country of towns and cities inside of those stalactites.
Anything about how to get there?
The only way that you can know how to get there is via flying, or for those who can't fly, you probably wouldn't know because you don't care because you can fly.
Yeah, makes sense. I don't care. I can fly.
What? You can't
Now
get
there
there?
is
Why don't you
another-
just fly?
Oh, wait. Here's your wings.
Any other questions?
Not for me.
Well, I think we're done here for now.
All right, back to
I think
shopping
at
then.
least. Yes. Buy some quick food supplies, and then probably check how much those wagons or whatever they got cost.
All right. So where to?
Let's see how much those wagons cost.
All right. So you walk out of the Hunters Guild, bidding the girl that was made fun of for her speech impediment adieu.
Whitney.
What?
And you make your way down to the carriage and wagon and blah 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 shop. I don't exactly know what I would call that, you know.
Yeah.
That the directory man told you about. And yeah, you can walk in, or you can browse the lot. Just kind of walk around. Got a number of used carriages.
Browse the lot. I'm sure a salesperson will come out.
They're like sharks. As soon as you start wandering the lot, they are like drawn to the blood.
Well, yeah. It doesn't take long until you can hear a couple of people just like in the distance. Get up! And you just see them pushing on each other's face until the human trips the elf. The elf falls on his butt, and the human begins strutting over to you.
I guess he wants to fight.
Hey there! How can I help you today? Looking for a new carriage or something?
Yes.
Well, we got some buttes right here. And he bangs on it, and the wheel falls off of it. Not that one. Not for you.
Yeah. Look reliable.
So what can I get for you today?
Well, maybe a sturdy carriage that can carry a good group.
Well, we have this beautiful Savalton. I don't know if you know Savalton. He was a famous carriage maker that died horribly on the final carriage that he ever made. It fell on him from his little stand. But we have the beautiful detail right here that, you know, goes into florets carved into even the wheels. You can see it can hold 4 people with nice leather interior seats. We've got this fine mahogany finish straight from Laseed.
Okay. I bang on it like he did the last one just to see if stuff falls off.
Now this one seems pretty sturdy, but
Seems more sturdy.
4 people? Oh.
4 people. We got more than 4 people.
All right, what are you trying to? How many are you trying to squeeze in there?
Think of like a max of like 10 people.
10 people? Oh, well, I don't know if we have a carriage for you that
Well, you
but we do have
you can
a
squeeze
super carriage.
Joe, you're
super
carriage.
We have a stretch carriage for you today.
You're
Okay.
Hispanic, showing you're trying to stuff way too many people in a car.
That's how I grew up, man.
This one's painted in white and trimmed in gold. The stretch carriage is your carriage. I can see you in it right now. Especially with the trim of gold and orange you got on you.
Is it gold and orange?
No, it's white and gold.
Okay.
I don't see anything with pink or purple though.
I'm sorry, little lady, we don't sell carriages for pimps.
What's a pimp?
Well, maybe, like, as long as this carriage can, just withstand most things, in case we get into just any kind of trouble, you don't know what will happen on the road.
Corn, what's a pimp?
Yeah, Cornelius, what's a pimp?
Hmm.
I'm trying to figure out a way to explain this without actually explaining what a pimp is.
This is why I ask these things.
So you know that director and what I told him he should do? That's pretty much what he's gonna become.
What?
I don't think she remembers that.
Probably
It
did.
wasn't that long ago, so I'll just remind you that he basically inspired the man at the directory who was telling you where to go to get to different places, that he could just start a brothel because he hates his job and his favorite thing to do is whores.
Yeah.
Whores.
Likes being in whores.
Yeah.
Yes.
But anyway, maybe we should ask what your budget is for this, real quick.
Can I do an insight to see if I know what they're doing?
Yeah, go ahead.
My insight?
Mine.
I thought you were in the stables.
No, they came back for me and brought
Yeah,
me.
we got.
The rhino has no idea what's going on.
No, so I can't choose one.
Hmm.
Well, let's go as low as 500, and we'll work our way from there.
All right.
Don't overspend, guys. Like when I was looking them up, it said like wagons were 35, so don't
35.
get ripped off.
Well, yeah,
For a
that's why I have
wagon.
No idea.
Yeah.
Not a super wagon.
Not a stretch carriage.
Well, how much
But-
is the stretch carriage?
Well, the stretch carriage is...
Credit card.
Well, you could get the stretch carriage for that 500.
Could we?
The stretch carriage holds a max total of 15 people, good for parties, comes with a champagne chiller, not the ice. Comes with suede seats instead of... Or not suede, cashmere covered seats.
Cashmere?
Where'd they get the
Resistant to
gun?
miasma rain. Not that I can say it.
And it's waterproof, yes.
It's, there's something less fancy?
Well, what are you looking for? Help me
Ah,
to
man.
help you. I want to see you drive off the lot in your perfect vehicle.
Preferably
Onward was
something
good.
sturdy enough for battle.
Yes, I mean something that can take a hit
Hmm.
and just carry a good amount of people.
All right.
Doesn't have to look, pristine, but be well enough for the road.
Well, Are you sure that you want a carriage?
I guess maybe a wagon or something.
You
This
see,
doesn't have to have seats.
we have more choices now.
We have the technology.
All right. All right,
All
Wes.
right.
We can set you up with a number of wagons. We could get you your basic wagon, if you'd like, or even just a basic carriage, but as you said, you wanted more people that can fit in it.
Super wagon.
A wagon would be able to hold more people, probably not 10. I would say around 6, and as well as a driver for it to lead the animal pulling it. But we could, since you're wanting it to be sturdy, we have an armored wagon. It's not weaponized, but it does have armor on the outside to give it a little bit more defense.
That sounds pretty good.
It doesn't come with a top, but we do have a list of toppers that can easily be adjusted to fit on top of them. We have canvas, leather, we even have a specially treated one that can hold up to the rain. But it will be a slight bit extra. It's made out of the same material that is used up there. And he points above you guys that the rain is still falling onto the those tarps, but you know, still lightly.
Yeah. Okay, well, what's the price?
Well, if you want your basic everyday wagon, it'll be 40 gold pieces.
All right, the armored one.
The armored one, we can give that one away for about 100. But that'll also come with the topper. It's what's the word that I'm looking for? Retractable. The retractable topper.
All right. Anybody else have any opinions?
Well, I think the armored wagon is for the best. Like, ideally, we won't be bringing it into fights, but having an armored carriage would definitely be useful if we happen to need to flee one.
Yes.
And that retractable awning certainly does seem like it might prove useful, although, with the best of intentions, we'll ideally be parking it indoors when not in use.
Yeah.
Prisma likes the retractable roof. She can fly in and out when she wants.
That was actually precisely what I was thinking. Well, more projectiles flying than Prisma, but yes.
Well, then let's see what Natus thinks about it. I just kind of try to lead him over to it. So, how you think about this, old boy?
So I'll sniff it a little bit. And not fully understanding what it is, I'll try and nudge it. Rock it a bit. I like it.
Well,
We don't need a driver though. I'm the driver.
yeah, well, doesn't seem like he's angrily tossing it around, so I think we can take the armored one. It's 100, you said?
Yes, sir.
I mean, I think there's something to be said about the price. We could probably convince him to lower it.
Ooh, I know exactly what I'll do to make him lower it. Here, have a candy. Now will you drop the price?
What kind of candy is this?
It's my candy.
I'm sorry, little darling, but I can't lower the price for a candy.
Not even for a candy that will make you so happy? I'll spare Sugar Blossom for
give me a persuasion check.
Can I help, like, boost her her speech with a speech?
You would only be able to give the help action. But you can try.
What does the help action do?
Gives her advantage.
Oh.
But, you know, with her roll, her other roll was a 10, she got a 15.
I'll say, if thou eats this sugar blossom, all of your carriages will be fixed. With a
I
sweaty
think
grin.
that's a separate roll rather than help.
Yeah.
That's a deception roll
Wanna help
with
her?
disadvantage.
It's not fair.
Are we rolling it? Do you believe?
Sure, I'll believe.
Oh Lord, you ruined it!
Something's wrong with my rolls. Look, that was identical to the other one.
There is something fishy about that.
I don't know why you would think that. I'm just going to assume that you're a bit special. Anyway, I'm sorry, little one. You are
You're
adorable,
special.
and I was about to, but after that, no.
Way to ruin it, Tanner.
I mean,
Hey,
I'll
it's
let
not my fault that distractions rolls suck dick.
It's your fault for
I
trying.
mean, I'll toss in 20. Other people can toss in 20. And 100's not too much for our group.
I'm trying to get a
I think
discount.
it's a pretty good price.
Dominica should pay my share for freaking fucking up my discount.
Well, when I suggested it, I expected Dominicus to pay the lot, since it will be ours.
I think it'd be fair to have the team contribute somewhat to a group
I mean,
transportation.
we have the expenses, right?
'Cause basically, if I'm going to get a gold share every time we get gold, then, you know, like things that are going to go on the Rhino or otherwise, there's no need for me to take a cut, if that makes sense.
Actually, that does make sense. We could consider that put away as funds for upgrading accommodations for the Rhino.
That's what me and Tanner discussed right at the beginning of the campaign. So, like, he's
I
sitting
almost
on.
disagreed.
Okay.
Also, you guys disagreed on this. That's not teamwork.
It might have been me and Wheat, actually.
Well,
Either way, we most definitely have the funds to cover the carriage. It's not an issue.
How much gold do we have? Distraction.
You have 592.
Then yeah, because that's both of ours, right?
Yes.
Yeah, let's just buy the wagon.
Thank you.
Alright.
I'll like push everyone aside, and I'll like take out my coin purse, and I'll be like, I got this. I got this.
God.
Don't fret.
All right, I'm glad that we have a sale today. And if you would like any more add-ons, just let me know and I'll see what I can do.
Wow.
Do any of
Well,
your
can you
adults
add
have a candy dispenser?
Do you have a rear view mirror?
I think we could set you up with a rear view mirror, but I don't think we have any candy dispensers. That would be something that you would have to go to a specialty store for.
What, got it?
Well, at least he's not charging us for an undercoating.
Is there like a anti-theft option here?
Well, you know what? I'll throw it in for you. You'll have the ability to lock the wheels so that they won't be able to roll without anyone using the key on it first.
Oh, alright. pretty good.
That way, if anybody has an animal that they can hook up to it, then they won't be able to just do it and roll off with it.
Plus, it makes it handy for parking on an incline.
Yeah. Alright, sounds pretty good.
All right. And is that all for you today?
I think so.
Good. Let's get this paperwork done. And you follow the man into the actual building. The elf that he tripped is staring daggers at him. And you can see him mouthing, "Commission is mine." But you go inside. Probably Dominicus. Sign the paper. He gives you basically a certificate of ownership. You give him the money. And you are able to leave with your new armored carriage.
Before we leave, Prisma will go up to the elf and hand them a candy and say,
This is one of those candies that makes people go to the bathroom. It was one of my bad batches. Slip it into their coffee. It'll dissolve, trust me.
You see him smile.
And then commission will be yours for the rest of the day. Have fun!
Well,
And I rejoin the rest of the group.
Oh, also, I should let you know, Natus.
Yes.
Since I was kind of just making it up, I forgot there are actual rules for this. So,
Learn proficiency.
no, you can pull 5 times your carrying capacity whenever you're hooked up to the wagon.
Okay.
So I was just making it up, and I said like you could go for like 4 times or something like that. It actually says 5 times its base carrying capacity, including the weight of the vehicle.
Cool.
nice.
And I double that as well.
No, that's wait,
Because I wrote stuff
yeah,
down last
because
week.
if you're dragging it, then yeah.
Because you said the pulling weight was 40 times strength times 2.
Yeah, that's what I made up.
Oh, so it's just 5 times.
No, it would be your strength score times 30 times 5.
Okay. That's a lot. It's more than we'll ever need. Thank you. I mean, do you hook it up to me now?
If they want. But anyway, I actually have a... There you go. Made this just now.
away, we have an AC of 19.
Yes. Very cool.
The carriage has an AC of 19.
Well, when we're inside it, doesn't that mean we technically do too?
Mm-mm. You just have half cover.
Oh, darn it.
Unless the roof is up, then you technically have full cover, but it's full cover that you can shoot through half of it.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
also, I forgot
So
about...
more like 2/3 cover.
Yeah.
It's half cover that you can shoot through half of it?
So I need to do ability checks with this wagon to like get 500 points, so then I become proficient with vehicles. So I was thinking, if Dominicus is on my back, he's technically the driver, but he could go to sleep and then I drive.
I forgot. I'm giving this fire resistance too because of the armor. And of course, it's completely immune to psychic damage. I don't think and poison damage. I don't think I have to put that down though.
I think it's pretty obvious the wagon can't get poisoned.
Are you sure?
I guess I can ask it.
Yeah, you can ask the carriage or the
Ask
wagon.
The wagon.
It doesn't answer, therefore meaning it has no mind that could be affected by psychic damage.
Not
Anyway, yeah,
yet.
you now
could
have
cast
a.
Awaken on it.
You could. Actually, doesn't that only work on beasts? I don't remember.
No, I believe Awaken works on inanimate objects too, but I could be wrong.
A huge or smaller beast or plant.
Ah, but a dead plant doesn't count, so trees wouldn't work. Yeah, because I knew it wasn't just animals. It was animals and something, but I didn't remember what the other one was.
Right, well.
But yeah, you can strap him in.
Slap that on Natus and
The
see how it feels.
reins are pretty nice. They're nice and soft, but sturdy.
Dirty.
So I'm thinking that, Natus will like try and pull it as fast as he can at first because it's like this isn't heavy.
Also, it's called the
Until-
Armored Wagon of Natus.
Yeah.
Let's make this thing a legend. Yeah, it's not heavy at the moment at all to you. It's I think it's at only like 400 pounds, but that's still nothing whenever it's on wheels and you're dragging it around. Especially for you.
The big bad rhino.
Good boy.
Alright, then.
Also, because of the retractable cover, if they were to get a cover for you, Natus, you'd be able to leave while it's raining.
Yeah, I was thinking that too, but that's kind of too much, maybe.
Or could we get
Not
one
at
of
all.
those?
If we can be able to go in the rain and protect you, that'd be a huge benefit. That way we don't have to stop every time it rains.
We won't have to be so worried when it rains.
That too.
But, as I said before, only 6 people can fit in it. You got like a party of 9 or 10 right now.
Yeah, so people would have to.
Well, Dominicus
still
would be
walking
on me
beside
still.
it.
I'm sure Prisma doesn't count as a space.
Yeah, she doesn't count as a space.
Yeah, because she can fly.
She can fly, or she could just sit in between somebody.
Or just
Or
on
in
top
their
of
lap.
Somebody.
On their head.
On the top.
I've had
Or on
more than
Native.
Dominicus on my back as well. Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Why
why
not?
The possibilities are endless for me.
Prisma
Give
could
it
be
cover.
the driver.
I can drive. Yeah.
Yeah, cover for him, yeah, I think we probably could squeeze everybody under.
While I'm passed out, while I'm sneezing.
Did you not hear me about me being the driver if you're sleeping?
No,
where's-
obviously.
she can pretend.
Think she's controlling me, but I'm like, no, I'm going this way.
Yep. Alright, then we're gonna be able to find a cover for Natus. Same place or somewhere else or
You see the human looking at the elf. So they're like still listening to you. And they're just kind of like looking at each other.
Just, like- just ask them, hey guys, you sell covers for the animals, the mounts?
And they just look side-eyeing each other. And one of them is about to speak, and yeah.
Do,
Yes, we tell them.
All right, how much are they?
Oh, they're not that much. If you want a special treated one, like the roof that we gave you, it would be about 10 more gold. And you can actually set it up on stilts, with the reins here, and he like shows you how to put it up here, and it basically makes a small tent over it, over the animal that it will be pulling.
Yeah, awesome. Just 10 more, yeah. Think we can do that?
Perhaps you'd like some special booties, so that they can walk in the wet floor as well.
Is
Booties!
Because that also makes sense.
Yes, you don't want your horse or rhino. That's a rhino? Anyway, you don't want your rhino. He
What do you
throws
mean?
up air quotes. To
Yeah.
get molded while it's pulling you.
No, I guess we wouldn't want that, dude.
And what do you mean, what do I mean?
Me?
Yeah, you. You're the one saying it.
Dominicus is like saying that to the guy who's like, that's a rhino? Would I have knowledge that I know that rhinos are weird? Or like he's weird to normal rhinos?
Yes, you would actually.
Oh, okay.
Like you
So
know
you
that
you
this
got
is
a
a
unique
rhino,
rhino.
but you also know that he's a good boy, but he's deformed.
No, one of a kind.
No, I'll humph and I'll like cross my arms and I'm like, he's special.
One of a kind is a good way to put this.
He's
yeah.
tremendous.
You say that.
No, I
You say
don't.
that. No.
No, I don't.
It's
I
How
break our
much are-
wagon immediately.
how much are the booties?
Well, that would only be an extra 2. So you're looking at the little pup tent and the booties. That'd be 12 gold altogether.
All right. Dominicus, do you still got this? So I can grab that stuff.
I can do it.
All right.
I'm competent.
He's competent.
So out of character. Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
I mean, this benefits us as much as you.
Wait till you try and put the shoes on him.
Yeah.
We'll just wait till you're sleeping.
That's a good idea.
And then all 4 people will just shove them on at once.
All right. You got that?
All right. You got that? And he even hands you an extra little gift of a bobblehead.
Bobblehead. Of
What does it look like?
What do you want it to look like?
A little cactus. Looked like a sombrero.
I was
All
going
right.
to say a smallish blonde man giving a thumbs up wearing a blue one-piece suit.
It's like a knockoff cactuar, but like you can tell that what it's supposed to look like, but like due to copyright reasons, they had to be like, you gotta change it up a little. Let's add a hat to it.
All right.
He has
then
like
that's what you got.
maracas and a sombrero.
Yeah. It's a cactuar with sombrero and maracas.
I was originally thinking about making it some kind of weird purple dragonborn with a green mask on it, but
How about
Figured I'd ask.
it's Mateo with a sombrero?
There we go.
You did
I think
real
that's
one.
funny.
that variant exists.
Yep.
Yep.
And now we have it in bobblehead version.
Collect them all.
Collect them all. All right, then. Thank you, folks, for the wagon.
Anytime. If you have anything else you need for your wagon, just come and ask.
All right.
I hope we
The
get to see
wagon.
some sort of cameo from the rest of our characters, because that's 2 from Mateo so far.
Well, you know, just,
Why is Mateo so special?
fan
He's gotten
favorite.
2?
Yeah.
Because he was the main character.
We said that one of the runes had his glove fist on it.
Oh. No, I don't remember that.
I mean, Varsum gets a whole ass character.
I think I just joked about that, if anything, wasn't real.
Okay, fine. But still. And yes, Marsim has a whole character to make his cameo. What about Verseshka? What about Gossamer? What about Vistalia?
I mean, didn't she get like a love child with that like Vlad
Yeah,
dude?
Are you talking about Okrith?
I'm talking about
Yeah.
Okrith. It's a love child of
Okrith
13
looks like the-
Verseshka.
Yeah, looks like the love child of 13 and Verseshka.
Yeah, that's what we've been joking about.
But yeah, to the market to get some supplies.
I mean, I guess that's technically their cameo, I guess. It's a combination of the 2 of them in one. But still.
Alright, so supplies then.
Yes.
What kind of
food and
supplies would
such.
you like?
Food and such.
Sugar! Sugar! Love some sugar!
I mean, I think you always seem like you've had enough sugar, but you know.
You can never have enough sugar.
She
when you're in
is
my line of work.
made of sugar. You fool.
But yeah, just gonna see. I owe Nate some snacks.
Alright, well you head to the general store, or the if you want, you can go to the open stalls in the square where everybody's selling their produce and whatnot.
That's
Why
above
is it not
what-
only maracas?
Ah, shit. I need to ask that. God damn it. He's in the perfect pose for it, too.
Yeah.
So, which one would you like to go to, though? The open market or the general store?
Yeah, the open market. Let's go to the open market. We have unique items there.
Well, the open market is just, as you can see, just fruits and vegetables. For the most part. You might be able to find some clothes. What you looking for? What you looking for?
Well, certain snacks that natives would like, and then just other assortment of food for us that'll last us for a while on the road. She's looking for sugar.
Oh man, I think this is the first time you've had this kind of shopping thing where you're actually like looking for food.
Yeah.
Because usually you just get it at at the pub.
Yeah.
But
Who's the one left?
Well, you can easily find At the general store, I'm pretty sure you can find rations, if that's what you're looking for. Something that'll last a while.
I want.
If you want some actual food that you can cook and stuff, then you can find that just out and about.
Yeah, stuff like that to make our own little meals, not just rations.
And since you have a wagon now, you can actually hold a little bit of it. It still won't be refrigerated. So,
Would there be a like preservation box, something like that, around here?
you might be able to find a
Maybe in
preservation
general
box.
store?
You could get rice and tatties and.
Yeah, we could get something like that.
I'm just saying, you
But
gotta let
first-
me know what you want.
How you
It's a
buy
beautiful picture, Joey. I love
Yeah,
it.
so what? Waiting for him to tell me who the one on the left is.
His wife?
that
maybe?
was Primera, yeah, that's the girl that I saved eventually.
The elf girl became
Got
obsessed with
together.
him.
Oh, she's
Yeah,
the
of
first one. Got it.
God damn it.
Joey knows where I went there.
Well, first, just like to buy a good-sized bag of apples.
You should show it on stream so people know what we're laughing at.
Nah.
No.
You want a nice bag of apples? Well, you can get a thing of 10 apples for about $3.50.
350.
Which I mean, like silver. So like 3 silver, 5 copper.
3 silver, 5 copper.
Actually, probably even cheaper than that, since 5 silver is technically the average amount of a commoner gets for money, like a day or something like that. So probably even like, I'll say 3 copper, and you'll be able to get a bag of 10 apples.
A bag of 10 apples. Alright. I'll take 3 bags.
All right, so 1 silver then.
Silver. God, where's my shit? There it is.
Do you have any sugar?
And then you'll get 1 copper back.
Well, I got only gold on me, so how about 1 gold and change?
Oh, God. All right, you get friggin' 9 silver and 1 copper back.
Wow, you're gonna be like that, Joey.
You're the guy
Oh,
who
that was
comes into
cool.
the store when we just open and tries to pay with 100.
That's all I got, man. I need to break some stuff here.
We don't
Yeah, I
have enough
I need to break the
cash in
bill.
the till yet.
I worked at a Dollar Tree. You can only imagine what that's like when you first open, okay? Someone comes in with a 50 and you only got 20 in the till, like, what?
Then just, an assortment of fruits.
Those are the special people, okay?
They just come
You
in
know
for a
what, you-
paper and a loaf of
I
bread.
wanna take my birthday.
An assortment of fruits. All right, so you get like a bunch of bananas with let's say 4 bananas on the bunch.
6 foot, 7 foot, 8 foot bunch. Sorry, couldn't resist.
You can have a bag of oranges if you want. How much change would you like back from this 1 gold?
Or what can 9 silver get me?
Oh, God. Well, the 1 bag of apples for 10 apples was 3 copper.
With 3 copper. Okay, yeah, I forgot.
Yeah, you're looking at getting crates of fruit for the wagon.
Do you
Yeah,
do you
yeah.
want a crate of fruit?
You know what?
Just a big old box?
We just want a single crate of fruits.
All right. A crate of fruit.
If you type it down, I can do all the math for you.
Don't you know fruit is the candy of nature? It's full of all kinds of sugar.
so that way Wheat doesn't kill himself trying to break in 100 trying to figure this out.
I mean, you just guess. You just like, here's a.
I mean,
Look at the
usually I have
apples
a
in there.
price tag to go off of instead of, yeah, just give me some.
Just give me. I mean, I stood a crate of random assortment.
What, you want to be like the grocery store and go by pound?
I mean, you know, I've been at markets and open markets, and it's just like, yeah, just slap it there, $20.
Here's $20. Why don't you just take a crate of food?
All right, you get a, I'm going to say a 30-pound crate assortment of fruit. You pull your hand in there, you're going to get
It's a
something.
mystery.
Yeah, mystery fruit box.
Okay. Just want real foods. That's
So,
food feed.
pretty good likelihood we have some durians in there.
It will also
I was
take
gonna
up
say.
one spot in their wagon.
One spot. Nah, it's fine. People are gonna walk anyway.
Soon.
I
Wait,
didn't-
we don't have storage for goods in there?
No.
We haven't got a box yet. We'll check that.
The wagon is your storage for goods.
Well,
I mean,
that's
I guess
And you only asked how many people it could hold.
Yes.
And the answer to
That's a
that
very
was
good
6.
you and your
However,
tech-
nothing says we can't strap it to the outside.
Yeah, just put it on like a thing with wheels or something that you just hook to it.
Organ rail.
Can we
organ
get like a
wagons,
like a
they
sort
have
of-
all kinds of shit strapped on the sides.
can we get like a sort of soda drinking hat for the rhino that just has a apple like roll over to his mouth and he can bite it?
I don't think that exists, but Seed could try to make one. But nobody's telling you to do that, so.
It's just a little contraption where a bowl sits on his head full of apples, and there's a little ramp where a little sliding door opens and apple rolls down the ramp and into his mouth.
Would
Yeah,
you like
I
to buy
think-
anything else?
We
She
and
wants
his
sugar.
like, okay, well, anyways.
I want sugar. Sugar, please.
Are you gonna get her some sugar?
I guess we're. I mean, she's got money.
How
She's
many
got
apples do we get?
Asking! Nobody's listening to me! Why is it just because I'm small I'm ignored?
Are you asking the puppet though?
I'm asking anybody!
Okay, well hold on, I gotta type something.
There you go. This is part of the place that sells
Just
spices
standing
and
there with
sugar.
my
and
fists
stuff.
clenched and my cheeks puffed out like,
Why is everybody ignoring me?
Well, you're easily able to find bags of sugar. It is a 2-pound bag. And it will be 1 copper to get 1 bag
I'll
of
take
sugar.
20.
I'll take 20.
You'll take 20.
20 pounds of sugar, please.
All right, 2 silver then.
Here you go.
Wait, 20 pounds? Or 20 bags? All right, 1 silver then.
Then give me 1 silver back.
Here's your 1 silver bag,
Thank you.
gorilla.
20 pounds. That should be plenty of candy for a while.
Alright, you guys. See if there's a preservation box for food.
20 pounds of sugar.
Okay, so
Mhm.
since she's asking anyone, the puppet then just lifts its arm and starts spouting mist again, and it starts to talk. Tomorrow, the day of great sugar shall be announced upon the world. Then the travelers of Al Zahim shall find luxuries befitting the great lord Diabito of ancient times.
Diabito? Is that some kind of god? Is that the god of shooting?
Roll a religion.
I have to actually. She rolls or I roll?
I don't know.
That is the god of sugar.
It's the god of sugar. Diabito.
Oh my god.
This must be who sugar pixies have been worshipping all this time.
Do I assume she asked me another question?
You can if you want.
Go for it. This is the most you've spoken.
Well, no one talks to me.
Well, I'm giving you something. Go for it.
I'm here for it.
I gotta type it down though, because this is all scripted.
Way to corrupt a fairy, though. A pixie. Black ice and diabetes.
Our new god, Diabito.
You, nobody can say it's my fault. It's you people who are corrupting me.
Well, you know.
It's not even me. It's you. Let this be known that what happens to me from this point on, it's your fault.
Not
It's
mine.
corrupting me.
But anyway, you're looking for a preservation box?
Yes.
Well, you see at a stall there is a box. You don't exactly know what it's for, but it seems to have some strange designs on it.
Okay. I'll go and ask what's this box?
Oh, this right here? You looking at this right here? Well, let me tell you, friend. This is a box.
Okay, just a box? Doesn't-
And he fans
looking
his
for-
hands to his sides and like twinkles them like it's mystical, but
Yeah.
there's nothing mystical happening.
Yeah.
This right here is a magical box. It has powers. You
well, I'm
put
just
stuff
looking
inside
for-
of it, and it doesn't
Uh-huh.
age.
Oh, I guess that's pretty good. I was looking for
Box
a
of
preservation
holding.
box.
Well, it preserves by nothing aging that you put inside.
Okay, so I can put food in there, it'll be fine.
You could put anything in there.
But specifically food.
Even say you had a baby.
I knew it.
You could put it in
Okay.
there, and it would never grow old. It would never need for
Oh, that's-
food.
I mean, I guess that's good, but I
It doesn't matter how much it
don't
weighs.
have
Because
that.
the preservation box can hold it. As long as it's got space.
There's no air in there, but it doesn't matter. Because it doesn't need it whenever it's in there.
So how much is the box?
Well, this magical box right here, friend.
No, the magical box. Oh, it's somewhere else.
I wasn't done with my sentence. I was pausing for effect.
Oh well. All right.
This magical box right here is 2,500 gold.
Holy shit!
It's a lot of gold.
Can you find magic items anywhere else? You could attempt to
I-
have a
you are correct
runesmith
in it.
make a rune for you.
Christmas
Or you can have this one-of-a-kind preservation box
I mean,
for 2,500
probably.
gold.
Prisma just slowly holds up a candy like,
Can we get a discount?
Do I know how much it would cost to get a rune made for a box?
You don't know, actually.
would Cornelius know what kind of rune we need for that?
How much?
That would be...
Arcana or history for it.
Yeah, you would... I'll say Arcana. Roll on Arcana to see if you would know around how much. Not exactly.
Good one.
With the things that you know about the rune smithing techniques that they employ in this kingdom, you'd probably be able to get away with getting one made for about 300 gold, but it would have to be recharged every now and then. Bless you.
Thank you.
Also, once you're done with the business, what the robot says when she asks about Diabevo is right.
Also, the way that they would make it would be completely different from what he is talking about, where it just stops time for whatever's inside there. Bless you. Bless you. Because it would actually use probably an ice enchantment.
Yes.
I hope that
I mean, if I'm being honest, it'd probably be smarter to just buy dried fruits and shipped biscuits and salted beef. They'd last months and don't require any sort of specialized storage.
Yes, just want to have
The
fresh.
price of fruit, you know. It's
He
like
wants to
throwaway
cook and have fruit.
I want to cook.
Dried fruits are
Yes.
perfect for cooking. I use them all the time.
yeah, you can candy fruits.
And, yeah, I think it'd be cheaper just to find a box that had, can make things cold rather than not age.
Well, you could always just use ice.
Yeah, could.
Have you guys ever had candied fruit? It's called Tangaloo, and it's delicious.
So,
Alright.
when Prisma asked about Diabetes, the robot had lifted his arms once again, releasing the vents to release more steam into the room, and he is like, in the great age of the roaming glitter birds, one rose to power. It was the time of Diabito, savage creatures of untold legends yet to be told by metal overlords of the future were slain by glitter birds and alchemically converted to sweetened crystals with no caloric value. This sweetener was then treated as part of me.
Well,
He's part sugar, huh?
I hope your new faith flourishes.
I must find more about this Diabito and learn more about the candy god. It is my purpose.
I shall create canon in Wheat's campaign. I'm giving you so much random shit to throw in wherever you want.
That,
The best part
Right,
is it
well,
doesn't have to be canon.
I know, right?
well, sir, I'd say this is too pricey for us, so even if we wanted it.
That's all right. I do have something a little cheaper, if you do want a magic item.
Sure. We'll take a look.
Right. Well, I have a ring here. Could be useful if you're of the adventuring type.
Well, we do plan on doing some adventuring. What does it do?
This ring seems to be lost in my list. Hold on. Where there it is. And he holds up a hematite ring with a red gem inset into it. The gem kind of looks like it's swirling like liquid. This allows you to sacrifice your own health to empower your weapon or heal your own allies.
Well,
Also, one of a kind. And of the 2 items that I have, the box and this ring, although the ring is, I would say, less useful than the box, as magic items are so very rare down here. You could have this ring for 2,000 gold.
Well, I guess you weren't lying. That is cheaper. Still a bit pricey for us. So
We don't have much gold at the moment, but if we go on those quests, we will.
And no one but royalty has magic items.
well,
And
unfortunately,
To
for
be
us.
honest, I'm cheaper than anything they would buy.
So too pricey for us, but cheap for them.
Yes, actually. Because I can't bleed people dry. But I do have to be fair to myself in these pricings.
This guy's such a Chad.
Well, I wish you good luck in selling your 2 items.
I probably won't.
Oh, I have something else I need.
Is it from me?
Well, only if you've got. Do you have a cauldron of pewter?
It's not magical. Is that alright?
It's perfectly fine. It just needs to be made of pewter.
Nobody ever wants to buy my magical items.
Yeah, well, maybe you should also push the stuff that's not magical as well.
You would think that being magical would be enough to be a selling point.
You
I
should
think it's
develop
just
a payment plan.
pricey for most regular folks.
No, you just need to have a deal. A special bargain that nobody else does. Other than just being magical. You
Well,
need a gimmick.
that's the thing. Them being magical is something that other people don't have.
Well, you need a gimmick that sets you apart other than just being magical. You gotta make something that's special to you. That way people are like, wow, I got it from this guy. And I wouldn't have rather bought it from anyone else.
Also, maybe try selling that box to like a restaurant or something.
I've usually only dealt with adventurers.
I mean, a restaurant's probably making a good amount of money.
Perhaps I'll check that out. But anyway,
Just that-
about your pewter cauldron.
You got one?
I do.
How much?
Well, I have multiple sizes. Would you like one your size or slightly bigger?
I need a slightly bigger one so I can make a lot of dust.
You'd also be able to use it as a regular cook pot if you got it a little bigger. Then you could feed your compatriots.
Yeah, let's do that. I gotta feed my pack mules.
Also, just plan on buying some cooking supplies.
All right. Well,
Baby needs a pot anyway.
this is just a regular iron pot. But if you're wanting specifically pewter,
Specifically pewter.
Just make sure not to cook anything acidic in it.
well, how about this? Because you have been so kind in attempting to help me with my magic item sales, I will give you a pewter pot as well as the iron for the same price. 2 for 1.
Alright.
And that will be 2 gold pieces.
I got this one, baby.
Alright.
And I pull 2 gold pieces out and I hold them up with my little tiny body.
Where are you hiding these?
You don't have to know that, Reverend.
So now we know where she's hiding it. That's
He
the
seems
same-
hesitant to take them, like they might be slimy now.
Oh, wow.
But he holds out his hand so that you can drop them in.
Isn't she always sticky though? She's probably
Oh.
like covered caramel like all the times. I should play part of her armor.
I'm just always covered in glaze.
You
Like a
guys are
donut.
gross. I'm not gross like you guys.
You started this!
Have you seen those hips though?
I have.
All right.
Anyway, you got a iron pot for cooking and a pewter pot for your dust.
I'll
All
take
for the price of one.
Cool. And just to, I don't want to keep lingering on it, but just other food supplies like rice, couple meats, and vegetables for more vegetarian folk.
No metal though? Man. Not
Well.
cool.
Alright. Do you want to do the same thing and just get a crate?
We'll get a crate.
A crate of vegetables to take up another spot on the wagon?
No. Yeah, smaller thing there. Vegetables are mostly like for snacking purposes and stuff.
Well, you know, my spot's pretty flex. I'm pretty much part of the equipment slot. For yeah.
You can just tie Zeke to the side of the wagon.
Yeah. For all it matters.
Might even be able to increase their AC a little bit. If you take damage, then... If the carriage takes damage, then Sieg will give it resistance.
Yeah.
And he'll take half of it.
Am I vulnerable to psychic damage now that I think about it?
Technically? I don't think
Yeah,
there's a resistance or anything to psychic damage.
Like, not because I'm a construct, but because my mind's already fucked anyways.
Nah, I'd say that you'd still be able to take it.
Ah.
Maybe resistance. You can throw resistance into your sheet if you want.
Okay.
Yeah, just that and some good cooking supplies.
Alright, so I'm gonna skip a little bit because
Yeah. And that's all I wanted, and you could just go buy it.
lose an extra gold and you got the stuff that you want.
All right.
Within reason. I don't mean like put in 1,000,000 pounds of vegetables.
All right. 3 crates. All right. I'm just.
And if you want, you could have even just like taken the crate and then mixed it all together.
Probably, yeah.
Alright,
Every time
anything
that-
else?
Every time a crate of veg or fruit goes past me onto the car, you just notices like sniffing
I-
and following it. And
I give Davis one of the apples that I bought. Those are specifically for him.
Yep.
So there you go, boy. As promised.
eats it on one and licks his lips.
Is there anything else you would like to get?
Yeah. I think I'm good.
Now that I'm done shopping, are there any trees around?
There are trees around.
I
There,
would like
there are
approach
trees everywhere.
I would like to approach a tree.
All right. You find a nice kind of. Every tree that you see has a slightest bit of glow to it.
Any leaves?
Yeah, they have leaves. They're like normal trees, other than the glow. Not that anybody down here would know that trees have anything but that glow.
Well, I would like to ask the tree, may I please have 2 leaves from you?
Because they have to give it willingly.
Can you speak with trees?
Well, now that's a good question.
We had
I'm not a druid, so no. I don't see anything in here that says, like, as a pixie that I can speak with anything, but so I guess technically no. But you know, I'm a pixie and I'm just like,
Can I just please have it?
Well, you get no answer, so you don't technically know if you can.
I guess I just gotta wait for 2 leaves to fall off then. Because that's willingly giving it away, isn't it?
Well, you don't really know.
She said.
Well, how will I know?
And you won't. Hold on. Well, as you ask, you don't really get an answer, but 4 leaves fall off of it. You don't know whether they were given or if they just happenstance, but you'd probably assume they were given.
Well, I'll take all 4 of them then.
And I'll say, thank you.
Tree's like, don't mention it. Kidding.
Steady. All right. Anything next?
Since there are trees, are there any flowers around?
Oh yeah, there's flowers here and there.
What kind of flowers?
I don't know.
Describe the flower to me. You must describe the flower to me.
Well, there's a number of them. There's tulips. There's a couple of tulips. There's some purple ones.
Don't you just hate it when your players know more about what should be on the thing, and then so they ask you what kind of things are here, and you're like, well, not my field of expertise. I have no shit's worth of an idea. This, that, and this.
All right.
You do see a number of flowers that you have seeds for already.
Well, I will just take 1 petal from a purple tulip.
You hear it scream. As it goes "Ah!" in pain.
Please tell me it's a mandragora. I'd be
It's a
super
screaming Mimi.
happy.
Just... Alright.
Sorry.
Love mandragoras. Screaming kind.
Now where am I gonna find a sentient tree? I don't even know how to tell one of those. Papa didn't tell me how to figure that one out.
Well, maybe sometime down the line you might figure it out on your own.
Mm,
You just gotta teach yourself.
But to say, that's pretty much all that's stopping me from making this potion. Where am I gonna find a sentient tree? Maybe one is near the monkey.
I mean, I guess you could ask one of the druids around here.
Oh, I could do that too. Good idea, Vinny.
No problem.
I could help her locate it.
You
Stop.
can locate a sentient tree.
Yeah, I might have some historical or futuristic recollection I could share.
DM, is this a thing?
Are you gonna use augury on this?
Only if I use augury, then you know it's kind of forced to do stuff, kind of.
Well, the reason I'm asking is if you don't want to use if you want to cast it as a ritual, it'll take like 10 minutes. So she'll probably be gone before you get your answer.
Who is gonna be gone?
Prisma. Going
Aren't
and
we-
searching for druids to ask.
Oh, so I guess I'd have to tell her that I use augury for it, which I cast as a ritual, and I never speak a normal sentence. Good luck, Prisma.
Well, I guess I'm off to find a druid.
All right.
Who wants to go with me to find druids?
I think you don't have to go too far.
Dimitri will go with you. Dimitri and Phineas.
Okay.
I wish there was a verb.
Well, we'll set up the wagon to have all the stuff and as much room inside as possible.
Oh! Dimitri will also pipe up to say, before we go, did any of you want anything from the runesmith?
And we did, yeah. I think we want to get some money to see. Yeah, we'll probably go by there then before we go.
If it is within reason, I would be willing to part with a little bit of my money in order to help you out.
You should ask him what he considers to be a little bit.
How kind of you.
Wow, that sounds really nice.
I will only be able to afford 10 platinums worth, if that's all right.
Oh, so 100 gold, that's nothing.
Well, as every little bit counts.
The guy sold nothing under 500. I think.
But
Wait,
yes,
there's
we're
no
here while
under
you're doing that.
500?
You were preaching last week about 20% being so big and massive.
Yeah, on the gain side.
Not when you're losing.
And that's
Yeah.
min-maxing, by the way. When you min-max, you take like even the smallest thing. Right now, we're not that proficient enough on everything to be running around min-maxing.
Well, we'll wait here while you find that druid.
All right, come, Prisma.
I'm coming, Demi.
Dimitriosk? Bitch. Ah, I fucking love lances.
Also, I don't know if you noticed, but that's the first time he said your name.
I did notice. That's why I gave him a nickname.
Honestly, you could have fooled me. You kind of give anything a nickname.
I only give nicknames to people I like.
But all right, who wants to go first on this situation?
I can go with the druid thing first.
All right. Well, as Prisma and Dimitri and Phineas are walking through the streets,
They're walking.
Dimitri seems to be leading the way. He walks as if he knows where he's going.
Like
He's
that.
been here before. Deja vu.
Either that or he's just so confident that he can act like he knows where he's going when he really doesn't.
I don't think he's that kind of guy. Believe it or
Hmm?
not.
Well, Prisma, you see as Phineas taps him on the shoulder and says, "That way, sir."
See?
Okay.
And he turns around and says, "Thank you, Phineas." And you make it to a small school building with a bunch of kids running around in robes covered in leaves and flowers and whatnot. And you can see on pretty much every single one of them, they have a signet ring that looks kind of like something that Dimitri would wear. As well as a couple of jewels. And underneath those leaves, those robes that they're wearing look very posh. Incredibly expensive.
Danny, are you related to these people?
No. No. Why?
Not really.
No reason. Just curious.
It's true that we have one or two druids in our family, but for the most part we steer clear of it. Now what was the reason for you needing to meet a druid for?
I need to find a sentient tree.
All right, one moment. And Dimitri kind of steps forward with a stomp of his foot. He says, "You there, boy!"
Yelling
And
at
he's-
some random child.
Well, he's not actually yelling at children. Dimitri looks, best guess you would say, about 18 or 19 if you were to give a guess. And this boy actually looks like an old man. Like he's probably in his 50s. Like this might even be a teacher here.
Yeah.
And the man kind of looks at him, points to himself with rings all over his fingers. And Dimitri says, "Yes, you! My friend here was wondering if you would happen to have any sentient trees about."
Of note, he called her friend.
Christmas, everybody's friend.
But the man says, "Are you calling me boy?" And Dimitri says, "Is that not what you are? Now, boy, tell me, do you have a sentient tree or not?" And he says, "I don't like your tone, boy. Do you not know who I am?" And Dimitri says, "It matters not who you are." And then holds up his ring. The man looks at it and is like, "Apologies, sir. Yes, we have a sentient tree. We have a couple. They speak with the children. Read them stories. Please come this way." You can kind of see him gritting his teeth and grumbling. And Dimitri leads the way, not knowing where he's going, walking in front of the man that he just insulted. And Phineas, you can see Phineas kind of tap the man on the shoulder. He's like, I'm sorry about him. I can't do anything about it. He's a good guy. Please, just he's technically a good guy.
So you say. What happened to Ferb? I have a problem. I know.
I don't know what that is.
Phineas and Ferb.
I don't know what that is.
It's a show.
All right, but anyway, you are brought to this area with a semicircle of trees that all have faces on them.
Whoa!
And you can see as they're using their branches and twigs to hold up picture books to a number of the smaller children.
My phone's about to die, but I'm gonna like charge it for a bit, so I'll be back.
Okay, see you then, dude.
And the story of the book is detailing the importance of druidism and how noble of a profession it is. And only the top of top could possibly ever become a druid. And that they should be privileged to have the opportunity to learn this craft.
I will also be right back, because there was a caterpillar, and I have to make sure that it lives.
Okay.
Or gets eaten by a bird. Either way.
Which is
Psycho
ironic, because what I was trying to do to make it live is put it outside, instead of it being inside the house, where it would be safe from birds. I'll be back.
Unexpected.
Anyway, the man says, "You may speak to Gunther. He's on a break right now."
Gunther, he's Intercontinental Champion right now.
Which one's that?
It's that one right over there. And he points. And Dimitri begins to walk over to it. Basically unprompted. And says, "You there, boy! My friend would like to speak with you about something." And the tree just kind of looks like, "Boy? I'm not a boy. I'm tree." But anyway, he cedes the floor to you so that you can talk with the sentient tree about whatever you wish to talk about.
Hi there! I'm Prisma! Nice to meet you!
Hi, I'm Gunther.
That's the voice you chose. But okay.
Oh god, he's not gonna go Sideshow Bob on us, is he?
I also don't know that.
That's a Simpsons reference.
I don't
But,
watch The Simpsons.
I've only watched a few episodes, but even I can tell Sideshow Bob's a fucking psycho. He'd have to be with hair like that.
He was a psycho.
Huh, fancy that.
Mostly because of Bart. But anyway, so Prisma will fly up to it and say,
I just need to borrow a little of your sap, if I can have a little bit so I can make my pixie dust recipe, please?
Oh Lord, you want my sap? Oh, but that's my blood. That's my inner being. Oh God. Oh, I wish I could fan myself.
Eh?
It's okay. It's okay.
Can I have any, please?
I can't just give you my sap.
Well, what am I supposed to do then?
I don't know. You figure it out. What do I get out of the deal?
What do you want?
Hmm. Hmm. I wouldn't mind having some legs.
Legs? Well, I can't give you legs. I'm not a magical fairy that grants wishes.
Maybe arms then?
I can't really do that either.
Well, what can you do?
Hang on.
I'm muted, but I'm laughing my ass off.
Oh man.
Um, well,
Do you want a hint?
Sure.
Maybe he'd like some black ice.
Oh my gosh.
Now you're encouraging me to give drugs to a sentient tree.
He sounds like he needs it, man.
And maybe it'll make him think he has arms and legs.
I mean, who knows? Maybe if we dose him hard enough, he'll think he's grown legs.
Are you guys serious?
I mean, it was just a suggestion.
I mean, I'm mostly saying it in jest, but it's not the worst idea. Okay, it may in fact be the worst idea in the world, but it could be interesting.
Well,
On the other hand, if it's legs he wants, we can just go and harvest some. I'm sure there's somebody out there who wouldn't miss them.
I have no idea what to do. How do
I'm
you
on a
give
break right now. You're just standing there, floating. Gosh! Think of something or leave.
You know what? It doesn't say it has to be taken willingly. I'm gonna fly behind the tree. Take out my dagger
We can shank a tree.
and a little vial. And I'm gonna poke into the tree.
Oh! What'd you do? Don't do that. Oh!
Oh my god.
And the tree begins to leak a little bit of sap.
And
No!
I wanna harvest it in my vial. There we go. And once I've gotten it, I'm gonna put a stopper on the vial and I'll fly around and say, sorry, but thank you.
Oh. Oh. And as you look at Dimitri, Phineas, and the guy that they basically forced to bring you back here, they all have this disgusted and blushed look on their face.
Over what? Back, by the way.
I'm just gonna be like,
Sap harvesting.
Man, you just missed the funniest moment ever.
Hey, it was for a good cause. Babies don't deserve to die.
Like, I'm literally crying from laughter.
Vast majority of adults do. Hmm?
I guess you'll have to wait for the YouTube video.
What was your question?
I'm asking,
Why is everybody looking like that?
Please, let's just go. And if you look at the tree, he's got this kind of face.
did I just make the tree come?
You made it sap.
Oh god. I know everything now.
But Dimitri begins to walk away. And Phineas, of course, follows behind. Leaving the man that was coerced into bringing you in there, in the yard, just like, what? And you can hear, I guess if you need more sap, you can just come on by.
Oh.
Oh, thanks. I'll do that.
Bring
Oh, yeah.
legs next time.
And we're the heathens for what we do, Senor Zath.
She took it by force.
I mean...
Well, what else was I gonna do? He wanted arms and legs. I can't give him that crap.
Hmm.
But anyway, you got your sap,
Oh, that she did.
and we'll
I have pretty much everything I need.
go back to the others while you're heading back to them.
Good, because I gotta let my dog out.
So what were you wanting to do while she was getting sap?
Well, I think we were. What I had said was that we were waiting for them to come back.
All right, then I
And
guess
then
you
we'd
guys
go
are
to
just
the rune place.
I guess you guys are just kind of chilling a little bit, waiting for them.
Yeah, or yeah, just making sure all the stuff I buy is set up in the wagon.
Oh yeah, that's no problem.
And yeah,
Also, it occurs to me technically we could put the supplies on seats and have people sit on them, or tuck them under the seats of the carriage.
Hmm. What if the crates of apples were the seats?
I guess we could tie stuff to like just have it kind of hang under the carriage so it doesn't get hit by any rain, and still have more room in the wagon. Or the wagon, yes, wagon.
Well, now we're waiting for her to come back in real life because she went to
Yeah.
let her dog out. Does anybody have anything they want to do while she was gone?
Ah, you could retell the story.
Nah. Dominicus, how about you?
I think
Oh.
they were waiting for their phone to charge, weren't they?
Yeah, but while he's gone,
I would say like Nadis is getting like mischievously anxious and just like constantly like trying to get moving, and Dominicus is constantly trying to just keep him standing there. So can I do a roll?
yeah, go ahead.
Animal handling?
Yeah. Versus what was it? Your wisdom or something? Or your
Yeah, so my Wisdom or nature?
Yeah, go for nature. I mean, it means different things for you.
Okay. Yeah, so he's managing to keep me under control. But yeah, I'm getting impatient. I've got these, whatever they're made out of, socks on, and a big tent over my head. I don't feel very natural. I kept hovering over Dominicus's essence stone necklace, hoping that Tanner would see me doing that, and then he would maybe trade it for something. Is there anyone we could find out what that would be worth? Maybe that guy that sells the magical stuff?
Yeah, you could talk to him about it.
I mean, we'd probably be better off using it to upgrade the flask, if I'm being honest.
Oh, yeah.
I
Yeah,
forgot
somebody
about
asked
that,
him.
actually.
It's
I
easy
forgot
to
we could
tell
do
that,
that
that they're basically made of the same material.
Yeah, so we
I'll
can,
take that back then.
can ask the rune place about that, right?
If you want.
Or somebody else we gotta do that.
Well, it's like, yeah, Dominicus will just stay on top of Nadus and be like, Cornelius, would you try and investigate what this could be useful for? And, like, throw it to you.
Well, I'm not gonna have you roll to grab it or anything as he throws it to you. But
He's not
Cornelius, you
out of-
now have the stone.
I was blinded by that ring. I was like, I totally forgot about the flask.
What is he here?
What, the ring that the
who
guy
where?
was selling?
You?
I've been here this whole time. I've been talking.
We didn't hear you.
Yeah, didn't hear
Yeah,
you.
I did not hear you.
I mean, you responded to the last thing I said, so it sounded like you heard me.
What was the last thing you said?
Yeah, what was the last thing you said?
Was reminding that we can use it to upgrade the flask.
Oh yeah, that was the last thing I heard you say though.
Yeah, but that was like 5 seconds ago. Where would I have gone in that time?
It's like 5 minutes ago.
You could have slacked on the button.
I'm just wondering why exactly Zen here is wondering if I'm still there. I like spoke last 5 seconds ago, and there hasn't really been anything for me to give my input on since.
Not really. In
Until,
that 5 seconds, a lot happened. You were tossed the essence stone by Dominicus via distraction
Fabulous.
and
did
asked if
fabulous
you know what
roleplay.
to do with it.
Yes, and that's where I was about to roll Arcana for it.
All right, then go ahead and roll Arcana.
Yeah.
Put the spotlight on me. Quickly throw it to somebody else.
This is beyond you.
Yeah, way outside my wheelhouse. I can deal with runes, but this is like, I mean, I would assume you probably just put it to the flask and it absorbs, but that's my best guess. I will defer the... Oh, wait, Prisma's not back yet. When Prisma gets back, I shall defer the question to her.
Taking a long time to let her dogs out.
Oh, actually, there is someone else we can ask about it. Another resident magic expert. I shall defer the question to Vitari.
For me to see? I don't know what Vitari would roll for this.
You would roll Arcana too.
Arcana as well?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, it has less of a chance. Or more, I don't know.
I mean, it's part of the essence flask, right?
Yeah.
They look exactly alike. Maybe if you like drop it inside of it.
So hold the flask, hold the essence, And just kind of try to push it in there in the flask.
Well, it's the flask's opening is big enough to let it in without that.
Oh, I saw me. I was just like slowly pushing there just to see if it fit.
Oh yes, it fits.
And then just kind of drop it in.
And whenever you look at it, it seems like there would be a tight moment where it wouldn't fit anymore, and it goes in just fine.
Okay. Anything happen?
We put ice in our drink.
The stone kind of jingles around inside of it a little bit, and then seems to dissolve, and the red glow inside of it becomes brighter.
Oh.
Yep, we put ice
Alright.
in our drink.
I assume I just made the flask stronger. At least by a little bit.
Oh, jolly good show.
Are we increasing our
Sorry.
flask?
It just upgraded the flask
Sweet.
with the essence.
And that means that you have, instead of 2 charges, you now have 3. And instead of 2d4 plus 2, it does 3d4 plus 3.
Very nice.
Cool, cool, cool.
We're all playing 3D chess now, 3 times.
She upgrade the info on the flask.
I would say upgrade
Update
it
it.
somewhere specifically, not in the actual main flask thing.
Okay. Let me write it down somewhere.
But yeah, it now heals more, and you got more uses of it.
Okay.
But they were apparently just waiting on you to get back. So,
Yes.
Me?
yeah.
Oh,
How much do you say the flask has again?
3 charges at 3d4 plus 3.
all I can say is that, it really sucks when you make a whole salad that's supposed to be your dinner, and then you go to get your dressing to discover that it's frozen. Because your mom put it in the freezer to let it get cold.
Just put some sugar on it.
Put some sugar on frozen freaking dressing?
No, on your salad, weirdo.
You're the weirdo.
Diabeto would be ashamed of you.
How dare you say that?
All right.
Hit me where it hurts.
Have it with-
Anyway, Dimitri comes back with Phineas and Prisma in tow.
All right. How'd that go?
Swimmingly. If not a bit disgustingly.
I still don't know what you mean by that. I got what I needed.
Yeah, and so did the tree.
I guess I won't really inquire any further. Let's go to the rune place. I also upgraded the flask.
Cool.
Alright, so you walk your way to the runesmith. You head inside and you hear that familiar ding as you open the door. And the dwarf behind the counter looks up at you and says, "Oh, you're back!"
Yeah.
Did you get that money?
We might. Are you okay?
Yeah? Is this not the voice I gave him last week?
No.
Well, this is his voice now.
You sound just more panicky.
No, this is just how I am.
Okay, could you remind me what you had?
Do you think he'll buy drugs?
Did you not write these down?
I did not.
They were written
Completely
down.
forgot.
Yeah,
I was gonna say-
who wrote these down? Because I think I remember the acid rune, the sparkling rune, mockingbird,
The dog.
cat,
and
and
cat, yeah.
hound.
Acid weapon, mockingbird, calming fairy fire, summon Cavaville Omen, and summon warning dog. These are not their exact names, by the way.
Could you do that slower?
Acid weapon,
Yep.
mockingbird,
Yep.
calming,
Yep.
fairy fire,
Mhm.
summon cat of ill omen.
Mhm.
That's what I call it. Summon warning dog.
Yeah, those were it.
Mm-hmm. I don't write things down often, but when I do, I give it my own names.
Okay, is there any one of those that anybody would want?
You
Still
showed the
want
most
the warning
interest.
dog.
Yeah, you showed the most interest in the hound.
Yeah.
Well, I asked the question to everybody.
Damn you. But hey, I could still just recount an old story.
You could.
Okay.
Where I write it. Oh, wow. I didn't mark it. I normally mark it, and that's why it took me a while. Anyways, So, the robot raises his arms. Again, it says, in the distant future of the long-forgotten past, invisible dogs serve mechanoid overlords, leaving invisible raids upon the peasants. To this day, the world has only knows the legends of futures past.
Anybody else think it's amazing how this is the most he's spoken in a single session?
Well, you know, no one wants to
No.
directly address me until now. Like, it's actually more amazing you guys are talking to me. So, yeah. Get over yourself, Whit.
You know, I think I recall him mentioning he wanted that hound one.
All right. You want the hound one?
To how much again?
Pretty sure I said 1,000 gold for it.
Jeez.
1,000 gold? I thought you said 300 gold.
Pretty sure I didn't.
I think I just remember. I thought something was like 300.
I thought I remembered 300 gold too. Recent memory isn't bad.
Okrith is not going to say anything because he knows that 300 was the reward that was originally for Sheotath.
Yes, that's where I was getting 300 from. Yeah. I actually did not know where I was getting that from.
I didn't say 300.
Are you sure?
I'm positive I didn't say 300.
Is there, like even your voice changed. Are you lying to us?
Do you want to incite him?
Sure. Where's my button? There it is. Oh, I failed that.
Mm,
His voice didn't change. What are you saying?
oh, yeah? Well, the robot is investigating him passively because that's what it does. Is he different than he used to be?
He looks exactly the same.
Ah,
Well,
I just apparently got the voices mixed up and don't remember what his voice was. So this
I
is
don't
his voice
recall
now.
what his voice was, but I don't remember it being that.
and this is the guy that. Oh, wait, no, it was someone else's. Never mind.
Well, I do remember that being 1,000. That's the cheapest rune you got.
Hmm. Well, technically, the acid weapon rune is probably the cheapest. They're the easiest to get and the least versatile, I would say. They're very narrow in their uses. So that would also be probably around 200 at most.
100 at most. Well, nobody else has their eyes on any
Did I say most? I meant
different
least.
rune?
Out of character, I'm keeping my eye out for a specific rune, so nah, I'm not interested in any of these.
Seems to only be the hound. I'm not flush with money.
Like out of character as well. I mean, we could chip in, but it would be a loan.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I'll
I-
help.
I could also give the cat for 500.
It seems like the hound would be most useful.
That it is one of the more useful. Sparkling would be 450. If you want the sparkling one.
That seems like it's not really useful at all.
What?
That's actually pretty
Very
useful.
far.
I'm
You
just
tag someone and now everyone has
What
advantage
tags are
against them.
It
Have
makes
that
you
spell
play.
anyway.
can't just
And they
jump
also
at something.
can't stealth.
And you can choose what color you want.
All right, that's start.
I mean, the
Stop with
calming
the
one. The calming one, you're always under the effect of the calm emotion spell. You know, that
Yeah.
could be pretty useful. But that's also around 750.
Can Nodus do another nature check?
Sure. And what is this for wanting to go?
Yeah.
You
to
tired
do
of the
some-
shopping episode, are you?
I'm bored. No, I'm not bored as a player, but Nodus is like, what is going on?
Mavis needs to understand that capitalism is
There
how he
we
gets his apple.
go. So, like a dog would circle around to chase its tail, Nodus is going around in circles trying to get to the fruit and vegetables in the cart. Dominicus is like, boy.
Hmm.
Okay, well, Sieg, how much money you got?
Shit, I was just about to open a candy. Okay, wait a second. I'll split this one out. It was divided by 5, right? So we all got 100?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
And Dimitri offered 10 platinum.
They did, yeah.
I'm only pushing this because I think the runes are going to be rare, and if you really wanted one, the chances of it coming again is really random.
You are correct in that.
Yeah.
So if you do want it, this might be your only shot.
Da, 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 da.
Or you could ask him to hold it for you until we have more money. Perhaps
That's what
you
we did say.
Alright.
like maybe if you put a down payment on it, he'll have a reason to hold on to it.
It lifts its arms and then again starts spouting more steam. You just don't know how he just has like infinite steam. 100. Years in the future, the value of gold diminished by 10%. Robot overlords this day valued 90 gold. I threw math in there, but yeah, that's to say 100.
Yeah.
So
You know
he
what?
says
Just
that
put
the compartment on his chest just pops open and you see the gold right there.
Okay.
We
Well,
could also do a payment plan if you really wanted, but
See?
how would that payment plan work?
The other guy needs to take some business tips. Payment plans are where it's at.
well, every month, how about 100 gold every month? That'd be 10 months, but it would be at a 10% interest rate.
10%.
That's fine.
Do you get to have the
10% is pretty steep.
No, it's fine.
Well,
It could be 100%. It's still fine. Because think about it. Do you guys honestly think it's going to take us even 1 month to get more money, considering we're going out to go kill some guys right now?
yeah, all right.
So that then the
I'm-
10% won't even apply.
I guess we'll leave that to Feig for him to decide since he wants it.
For who?
It depends if it's 10% on the whole amount or if it's 10% on the remaining balance every month.
It would be 10% on the whole amount.
So then that means that if we were to pay flat before a month,
You're basically tacking on an extra 100 gold. That's it.
oh, then never mind.
It's 1,000 gold at 10% interest rate. It would be 100 extra gold. So you're basically paying 110 every month.
Never mind.
I mean, as long as we keep up the payments, it wouldn't be terrible, but there are other expenses to consider. As someone who lends money professionally, this is somewhat in my wheelhouse.
So
So-
tell me, what other expenses do we currently have to consider?
Well,
This
that's the
would be
thing, we
your
don't know. Adventurers are kind of volatile when it comes to money. There's an inherent unreliability in income flow. So we might be flush with cash now. We're certainly going to be getting a fair whack of it if and when we take out the Monkey King, but between now and then, we don't know if we're going to make another penny, so... And there's food expenses and transportation, which we have transportation covered, but stable fees, inn fees, that sort of thing. If we need to upgrade our gear.
You know what? I'm a commodity, right? I could actually be put down as a down payment, so if I happen to not pay back for what I took, you'll just take me.
You wanna
And
put
I
then
mean,
yourself
yes, we
down?
could put you up as collateral.
He'll have a babbling robot.
Minicus will ask to save me doing it out of character, but he'll be saying, and can we pay in other guilds or do we need to return here?
You know, your Dominica's voice is not bad.
Well,
Like you're
I'd prefer it if you came here, but if you really even need, I can enchant the one paying, and any gold that you get after a month, if you have the amount needed, it will go straight to me.
Oh, that,
Am I
That's
gonna give a
pretty good.
rune put on my head?
Pretty much, yeah.
Oh,
It'll be a
That's
payment rune, and once the payment has been completed, it will disappear on its own.
that's pretty cool. Sweet, I'm a delivery service.
Now all we need to do is come up with 110 gold every month.
However,
well,
if you don't have the 110 gold in the month, it won't activate. So, your monthly payments will be increased.
alright. I mean, it sounds alright to me.
And you can trust us. and you will shove 2 apples in Nadis's mouth to calm him down.
All right. Well, if you'll just sign here. This is he's waving it towards Sieg, by the way.
Oh, well, he has now been given a task to do, so it does the task. It does do the thing.
All right. And we give you this. He's like, and where's your coin purse, or?
It kind of just leans back a little, and then it kind of just the hatch just pops open forward.
Ah, all right. Excuse me there for a minute. And it grabs a hold of the hatch and slaps the rune into it.
Okay.
And you now have the payment rune on your little hatch. So whenever you close that with money in it on, what is today? The day that's the 20th? All right, on the 20th, I'm not going to keep track of this. Somebody else keep track of the days.
Well, not the days. Don't have that.
Are we saying this is the 20th from this point on?
Yep.
Okay.
Now, on the 20th, if you have 110 gold inside of your hatch here, it will come to me. No more, no less. So you don't have to worry about me taking more than is necessary. But if it has less, it won't take it from you. And an extra month will be added on to your payments. Sound fair?
Perhaps we should have a calendar for in-game.
That would be good.
Well, yeah, when we find out that the months are actually weeks.
But anyway, he takes your first payment of 110 and hands you your hound rune.
I only have 100, so that means someone had to spot me 10 gold.
I'll do it.
Okay.
As the person who has custody of the auto gnome.
There you go.
And if you miss a month, that'll go up by an extra. What was it? An extra 10.
So the total?
Yeah, the total will go up an extra 10 every month you miss.
Okay. There you go.
So yeah, I don't want to do anything else for Dominicus, but are we sure we want to leave the rest of the runes?
Oh.
I mean, I've got my giant, so I don't need, I don't need much in the way of extra runes yet, but,
Now, as the other runes don't breach the 1,000 mark, I won't be able to do a payment plan. Gallant Co rules.
Okay.
So, do I already have the rune?
You do already have the rune.
Alright, so
It's
does
not,
this...
it's not engraved yet, but
Oh,
it's
okay.
easy to just slap that anywhere you want to.
I think I'm alright.
Yeah, yeah, we'll forget about it. It's just I was just thinking another D6 acid damage for 250. It's not the worst deal, but I can't do it, so we'll leave it. Because I've got what I wanted. I got the wagon.
Yeah. I'll save up. See what comes down the road. Or maybe we'll find one cool on some creature.
All right, so are you guys basically ready to leave?
I think we should probably work on upgrading our equipment.
All right. Well, as I said, there was a blacksmith. You guys know where it is. I don't remember if you went there, other than to...
I don't think we went there actually, so might as well.
I think you went to look for, like, arrows or something, but they were like tiny arrows.
Yes.
I have to make my own tiny arrows.
You do have to do that.
Fairy size rehandling. Sorely missed.
But anyway, you guys know where the blacksmith is, and he's got stuff already made in there. So, what you looking for? You walk in, and you see this gruff, looks to be a Goliath or something. Gruff man, shirtless, hammering away.
Well, Cornelius here is looking for a +1 longsword.
Well, you gotta get his attention first. He can't, he didn't hear you come in, so.
Yes, and so Cornelius will approach the counter and greet the man. Ho there, stranger.
Huh? He turns around with goggles on. The goggles kind of like are making his eyes bigger as he's looking at you.
I take it you are the proprietor of this establishment.
And he goes, Daddy! Man wants to talk! And you just hear... And you see this gnome jump up on the table. What can I do for you?
Ah, yes, Wait, did you say... Is he... You two aren't by any chance related, are you?
Of course we are. You got a problem with that, son?
Not a problem per se, just imagining some difficulties with the mechanics of that situation, but that's besides the point.
Oh yeah, the boy looks like his mom.
Ah, I see. So, you too have a tendency towards, the larger races.
Oh yeah, love me some ladder play, if you know what I mean.
What?
Oh my god.
Love me a mountain of a woman.
Now, as to my business, I don't suppose you have any, enhanced weaponry.
Enhanced? You mean like serrated?
More of the magically enhanced variety.
Magically enhanced? Boy, do you know what we've been in a kind of a magical drought for about 2,000 years? The only people allowed to make any magical weapons are Gallant Co. They have the whole monopoly cornered. Rune crafting, that's what they are. That's all you're allowed to do. Is add runes to your weapons.
Huh.
They even got it passed into law that you can't even make any magical weapons. Or items in general. The only thing you can do is, if you find a magic item, you can sell it. But you can't make any new ones.
I suppose that would pose a problem.
Of course, if you really want to get some magic items. They're up on the surface. They shouldn't be affected by the miasma.
Great, I'll just walk up there and grab one then.
Well, you could go...
I say sarcastically.
I see you're your
He's quite the
sarcasm and
bug
raise you the information that there are actually people who don suits and go treasure hunting up there.
What, really? And that means that I do have a profession as Archon.
I told you about that.
Oh. Right. I knew that. I knew that.
Oh my goodness.
Sounds lucrative and dangerous.
Yeah, the suits, they say they work 100% of the time. They don't. Don't trust that. But if you're willing to bank on the 60% that they work, then you're good.
Yeah, I'm thinking no on that.
There's a
Got
reason
the
that magic
plate
items are
mail.
so expensive. It's hard to get them. But I could possibly give you some polish on a sword you already got. Give you give you a bit of sharpening.
I wouldn't say no to that. That's not a bad idea.
All right. Game terms, what this is going to do is it'll make your sword a +1 for a number of uses. Not a time limit, a number of uses. And I mean like actual hits, like not misses.
Ammo.
Yeah, it's basically like turning your sword into a +1 for ammo.
Huh, kind of like, well, yes.
And
I think I will go for it.
all right. You want the regular, the deluxe, or the super deluxe?
Regular will be fine for now.
Regular will be fine. All right. If you hand me 10 gold, we'll get you going.
While we're at it, do you by any chance have any plate mail?
Yes, we got plate mail. It's usually only bought by the more hoity-toity, but we might be able to give you a deal.
Well, what can you do for me then?
Well, they're usually 1,500 gold. It's mostly a ceremonial thing. I don't know why it's that much. I understand the work that goes into it and the materials and everything, but I don't really think they should be 1,500 for people who are actually going to be using them, you know? If you don't mind it not looking pretty, we can probably shave half off.
That's still way outside my price range. Got
I-
anything a mite heavier than chain within the price range of about 50 gold?
Let me see. And he begins to walk over to just a pile of armors in a crate and just kind of like stomach inside going in. Just like, You want to heavy than chainmail, huh? You got ring mail or chain mail?
I've got chain currently. I'm looking for something that is a bit more helpful at stopping folks from putting holes in me.
Well, it's a bit heavy, but we have a splint mail. Those usually run around 200.
Yeah, still too rich for my blood. Got anything a little cheaper?
I'm sorry, all I have other than that is other chainmails.
Well, just the sword polish then.
All right, for the regular sword polish, that's 10 gold. And he takes your sword, hands it to his boy. And the boy says, "Okay, Daddy." And he walks over to the grinder and everything. Begins working on it. And basically what this is going to be is the same as a potion roll for how many uses you get on this. So, boop. You get 8 uses at +1.
Nice. Not bad. That's respectable.
And basically, the better the treatment, the more numbers you get. The more dice and the more actual, like, put in there numbers. Other than that, we got a couple of oils for you. If you want to bring some oils with you. They don't last long, but you could set your sword on fire without actually hurting it.
Do you by any chance have any whetstones?
Yeah, we got some whetstones for you. Some we're not using. Got some broken ones as well. Be even cheaper if you're really hurting for cash.
I mean, let's not go too cheap here. I'm not looking to throw away money on something that's just gonna crumble in my hand.
Oh, no. They're not cracked or anything. They're just, like, split in half, you know. So basically 2.
I can work with that.
But I'm just trying to be accommodating, you know? I mean, a whetstone in general is only 1 copper, so... if you'd like, I'll give you 2 broken ones for 1 copper. That's 4 if you think about it.
The regular whetstone should be fine.
All right. 1 copper, 1 whetstone.
I shall take 5.
All right. 5 copper, 5 whetstone.
So I shall hand it over.
Anything
Now
else I
these
can do for you?
oils you said.
Yes. They basically work the same way as the treatment, but you put them on a blade or on a hammer, you know, spear, anything really. And whenever you decide you want to, you can strike a match or flint to it, and basically you got a torch without needing one, or you know, does more damage, sets things on fire for you. It's not
And
magic,
how much?
but emulates some of them element runes for a short time.
That would be of interest. How much for one?
1? Well, they're not really that popular, so I'd say does 2 gold sound all right?
2 gold. Well, I mean, I wouldn't know, but
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I never get to sell any, so I'm reducing my price for you. I wouldn't know how much to sell these for. Nobody wants to buy them.
well, at 2 gold, I will buy 3.
All right. And you know what? If you like them, and you come back, maybe we can set up an even better deal. I'll start working on other types of oils and see what I can make. You test them out. Tell me the effects. And maybe we can get a business going together.
I wouldn't say no. That could be quite useful and lucrative
Now,
for both of us.
I should warn you, in case you are using this in battle, it does tend to wear off in about a minute after
that's-
use.
Babbles don't last 10 turns anyways.
So if you're just using it as a torch, it won't go away as fast. But you know, hacking into something and doing the extra fire damage is gonna kind of wipe it away. So it'll outside of hitting stuff, it'll last about an hour. So a grand total of 60 minutes. If you're hacking away at something, 1 minute. But, you know.
Seems quite useful for a number of purposes,
Yeah,
but good to keep in mind.
Yeah, I don't want it running out on you whenever you need it, you know? But yeah, if you got anything else you want to pop in the grinder, just let me know. I'll also, if you're wanting some plate and you don't want it to cost as much, if you bring me the materials, I'd be willing to knock off even more.
I could see about doing that. I have been a somewhat able scavenger in my time.
Do you have any stronger scale mail armor, or how much would it be to cost to upgrade the one that I have?
Scale mail armor. You don't really look like you'd benefit from scale mail all that much.
Well, that's what I got. What do you think I should
scale mail.
have?
Well, you don't... He begins to kind of like twist his glasses as he's looking at you. Can you do a jumping jack for me real quick?
Sure, I'll do a jumping jack.
He's trying to verify your gender.
If you hop back and forth, side to side. What are those called? Side steps?
Bitch.
Yeah, I do a couple.
Yeah, you don't look quite dexterous enough to make use of this. I would suggest getting something a little sturdier. Some heavy armor.
Okay.
That way you don't have to kind of dodge out of the way of things. Now, I don't know if you have the training for heavy armor, though.
I think I'm more adept with medium armor.
Ah, that's why you want the scale mail, huh?
Yes.
Well... How about... Do you know how to use a shield at all?
I do.
Well, I could get you a shield, and that'd give you a little bit more protection without the necessity of dexterity.
That sounds great.
All right, they're 10 gold pieces. Is that all right?
Yeah.
All right. Well, we have a selection of them. Even if you want, I can get you a tower shield. Would it be a little bit more because of how much is there? You look stronger than you are dexterous.
Yes, I mean I have this shield. It's just a regular shield.
You're using a shield already?
Yes.
Oh my god. Your AC is that bad?
Yeah. I do have a shield on there, yeah.
I didn't even know you were using your shield.
I forget that I do have a shield, yes.
What's your AC?
14?
But how? Do you have 0 dex? Are you a 10 dex?
He's a negative
I'm a
2
minus-
dex.
Yes, I'm a negative 2 dex.
Oh.
That's what I'm saying. The
Wait,
only
how are
thing
you
that
a dual
can...
wielder with no dex?
He's not a dual wielder.
He
No,
uses a
I'm-
spear.
Use the spear, yes.
Oh,
How did
sorry,
they
I was
do that
confused.
when
I thought this was Dominicus.
He got some shitty rolls with this stuff, man. What could I say?
We should
You
tell
had
him
the
his map already.
Yeah. You rolled 4 dice. How did you roll a 1, 1, 1, or rather a 2, 2,
I
2,
got
2?
some shitty rolls, man. What can I
You
say?
got some very shitty rolls.
Yeah, that's the minimum that he could get for that, I think. No, wait,
Maybe.
you could have gotten a 4. Never mind. Or a 3, actually.
Either way, so what do we got?
Uh,
So you got something stronger than this shield?
if I gave you a tower shield, you'd get a little bit more cover.
I mean, that sounds pretty good.
All right. Basically, how this is going to work is you would be able to, as long as you don't move and you are holding it in a specific direction, you have cover with it. So that gives you an extra little bit. So it'd be the +2 for having the shield, and
As long as I stay still with it.
yeah, as long as you stay still and cover yourself with it, you would get a 3/4 cover,
Okay.
which is a +5 bonus to your AC and dexterity saving throws while you're staying still.
Alright, alright.
But it is going to be heavy.
How heavy?
It'll probably be about 15 pounds.
Okay.
So you're just going to be holding a 15-pound weight on your arm.
Alright, alright.
Yeah, I don't want you to die, you know. I got into the business of making an armor and weapons to help protect people or help them
So you
protect
thought-
themselves. So I really want you to survive. So
So could I sell you my regular shield?
yes, please do. And I will take the amount of that out of the tower shield. So 5 gold pieces, please.
Alright, there you go.
All right. You maybe think looking at him and the way he's talking to you about this is he might be softballing that a little bit.
So, what the fuck?
But yeah, you now have a tower shield.
Alrighty. What did that give me a plus?
It gives you the regular +2 that a normal shield does, but if you don't move on your turn, you can use it as 3/4 cover.
Three-quarters cover. Okay. Alrighty.
Anyone else?
Dominicus will say, when he's saying it, it sounds like he's roaring, but he's not. He's just Varson.
Yeah.
Would you like to equip yourself with something?
Well, I don't really know how to use any of this stuff.
Shame I'm basically a Barbie doll.
Like he's only got a
Probably.
sling at the moment, hasn't he?
And he's got a dagger
use-
too.
He's got a dagger.
He's got a just in case he's dagger.
Probably use some better ammo for your sling.
Has some ball bearings, maybe. Yeah.
No, they would wind up doing the same amount of damage as just
will.
picking up a rock.
Yeah, he's got no weapon proficiencies other than simple.
Even if he did, you know, it's just the ammo that he'd be using, which is the same as a rock.
Well,
Oh.
get that dagger sharpened, at least.
Yeah.
I'm not
get that.
paying anything for Dominicus, because I don't want to speak for him. I wish he was back. But yeah, we'll get Varsum's dagger sharpened.
What does his father use?
His father actually uses a greatsword.
Great sword. Well, now asks his dad, do you think maybe buying him maybe at least a short sword that you could teach him how to use?
I can teach him how to use a number of weapons. I just choose the greatsword, but
Well, what would you
You wanna
want to
be a
teach him
dad?
then?
I'd rather teach him something to keep him out of harm's way.
Well, sometimes things are gonna get close up.
That is true.
And the dagger might not be, you know, always the
And-
best.
And you know, he doesn't run away from his fights. It's clearly not hereditary.
He seems to go head first into a fight if he can.
He must have gotten it from his mom. Bless her heart, she clearly died too soon for probably that reason.
I don't really understand where this is coming from at the moment.
It's coming from the player to the other players.
No, I mean the him going head first into the fight thing.
More like he's willing to get up close, what it seems like. Not head first, but
I mean, he hasn't gotten up close to anybody.
pretty far.
He always stays in range of the sling,
He gets
but
close enough for things to get real close to him. Oh. Anyway, just a suggestion on teaching him something like that instead of just the dagger. Still, he can learn to get skills up with the sling.
you can kind of see him thinking, like really puzzling this, you know?
Dominicus will say a joke, or just put him in heavy armor and give him a jousting lance.
Oh, I do that. I see what you did there.
Guess it could also be Varsum's choice as well. He'll be the one wielding whatever weapon. Kind of weapon would you want to learn?
We could always play towards the fact that he's a little boy and give him a knife. You know, a good shiving knife. So
I mean,
that
he
way
has
when
a
he
dagger.
gets them a drop. Yeah, there you go. Okay.
When you say little, it makes me think like he's 6 years old. That's 16.
Yeah.
Probably an underfed
Underestimated.
16-year-old, so...
I don't remember now.
Well, the blacksmith, the gnome, will look to the whole situation and say, why not let him kind of gaze across everything, see what catches his eye?
Yeah,
Yeah.
go for it, Varsum.
Don't be shy, boy.
See?
Good Dominicus impression.
Yeah, because you could see that Tolston was really like, what would be the best fit? What would be the best fit? Considering his build, his strength, and everything, what would work? But he's also got that I don't want him to get hurt kind of thing. So he's also kind of going through the oh, if he does this, he'll be stabbed. If he goes for this one, they could take out his legs, you know? So you could kind of see it on his face. But Varsum kind of looks at his dad with all of your go-aheads. Looks at his dad and he's like, just gives him a nod and pats him on the back and kind of softly pushes him to the wall. And he says, "Whatever you pick, I'll teach you how to use it." And he kind of scans everything before he kind of has this look of, I don't know, maybe revelation or just infatuation with an idea. And he walks over to this gauntlet. Almost called to it in a way. It's a full arms gauntlet that he'd be able to block with. Only gives a +1 to AC. It's not a full-on shield. But it seems to have pointed fingers.
This is 13 gauntlet.
It is not 13's gauntlet.
Is that a what's the name of Vitari's weapon? Chernabog weapon?
A nail of Chernabog?
Yeah, is this like a Chernabog weapon?
No, it doesn't seem to be. It seems to be a non-magical, just a regular sharp gauntlet.
So it's kind of like a claw.
Yeah, it's a claw. And Tolston says, "Why that one?" And Varsum just kind of picks it up and says, "I don't know. It just kind of feels right." And Tolston looks at the gnome and says, "All right, how much?" But the gnome just says, "Such a young boy. And he's going to be taken out into danger?" It's his choice.
Why he needs to be protected.
I'm going to be there to protect him as best I can, but it's not always that you can be there for them. Gnome kind of looks at his Goliath son as he's just going. And he's like, "I know what you mean. You can take it." And Tolston says, I can't take it without paying for it. And he's like, "No. Your payment will be coming back and giving me business later on in his life."
Now
That's
that's
so cool.
and that's also a very good way for WheatTon not have us pay for NPCs.
And for me to spend Tanner's money.
He looks at the blacksmith, gives him a nod, and begins to fit the gauntlet onto Varsum. And this gauntlet, although I said it's not 13's gauntlet, does go all the way up to the shoulder, like 13's did.
That's what I thought it was. It was like, you said claw. I'm
There's
like,
no
it's-
cannon on it, though.
Yeah.
That's the only difference, isn't it?
Yeah, pretty much.
So basically it is.
And the fact that his was originally just a full freaking arm.
A prosthetic.
An automail. It's like, all right. I'll be teaching you how to use it. It's not gonna be easy, but you'll be able to do better the way you want. He just looks at his dad and then the blacksmith and says, "Thank you both. I'll do my best. I won't disappoint either of you." Anything else?
Nadis interrupts all of that and goes, and starts scratching the ground.
You know, now I feel regrets that I'm not a character that can give him an apple.
Well, I think that's all we needed. Nadis is getting restless. We still have to put his booties on.
But you've
So
not
we
done
can
that
go.
yet.
I don't think so.
Right.
So, guys, thank you. We'll be passing through. Hopefully with more money.
All right, well, I thank you for coming by. As you're leaving, he hops down and gets Cornelius's sword from his son. And hands it back and says, "Well, I think we were talking a little bit too long. I accidentally let him give an extra grind." So you get one more use.
Oh, cool.
Some awesome.
I look forward to seeing you all again. The name's Ingot, by the way. If you decide to come on back this way, stop on by. We've got some agreements that I'd like to see fulfilled.
Well, I shall certainly endeavor to seek you out should I ever return to this town. Should I even live that long?
Oh, don't be saying that leaving my place. You might leave with some extra stuff.
Wow.
Nah, I'm good.
Good.
I'm way too old to die foolishly like that.
Anyway, he gives you a fond farewell. And with that, I ask, does anyone need a bathroom break?
Probably.
Because I wouldn't mind one myself.
Well, I'm good, but I'll leave you to it.
All right.
Real quick, what's the name of the town we're in again?
Langrisser.
Langrisser?
L-A-N.
Like their land greaser?
What was the question?
I said like der land greaser.
I don't know. I just thought it sounded cool.
Oh, it also happens to be the name of a game franchise.
Oh, sweet. I'm stealing again without knowing.
Well, I don't think it's been a thing since the Super Famicom days, so I don't think you're really stealing it. Probably public domain by now.
But anyway, it's spelled Langrisser.
Alrighty.
All right, I'm going to the restroom.
I will be doing that as well.
Yes, for reference, that is in fact the cover of Land Greaser 2.
So, I'll have you know that in the process of last night, I have found, I think, 3 more Varpnairs.
Ha! He just won't stop spawning. What is that? We're up to now 7.
Let's see. 8. 8 Varpners.
Huh. We could form our own battalion.
Yeah. Hey, good news is that wall that still doesn't have any archers, it's gonna be loaded with legendary archers.
Yep. We'll color them blue. They'll be the Wagner's in the Azure.
Huh.
Which, speaking of, we need to see Suki enough after.
I have no idea.
The English title would be Fafnir in the Azure.
That still doesn't give me an idea.
Oh, it's a mecha series, but it's different than some of the mecha series you've seen up until now. Mainly in that, unlike most mecha series where major characters have plot armor, in Fafnir, major characters get killed off like all the time. In fact, the main character who pilots the main mecha of the series gets killed in the first episode and is replaced immediately by some other guy who becomes the new main character.
Huh. Well, I'm glad I didn't grow attached to him.
I think it's a her, actually, but yeah.
Okay, now it's just sexist.
The main point is they go through a lot of people in Fafnir, like, a lot. Fafnir is even more kill-heavy than Attack on Titan is, and Attack on Titan goes through characters like nobody's business.
Well, we'll get to that.
Alright, I'm back.
Hello, wait.
That?
Hmm?
Is that the Langrisser?
Yes, that's the cover art for Langrisser 2.
The girls look kind of familiar, but I don't think I've ever seen this.
Probably not. I don't think it was ever released outside of Japan. Although if the girls look familiar, that's probably because they look like girls from nearly any video game or anime of that time period. They all kind of look alike.
No, I was gonna say something specific. What's it called? Another Lady Innocent or something like that?
What have you been watching?
I think you should know.
I don't want to turn this on me like that. Could you?
I mean, if I had to say what they remind me of most, it would be the art style of the Growlancer series. Or at a stretch, Romancing Saga.
Yeah, this is what I'm thinking of.
They do look familiar. They do look very similar, in fact. Especially the blonde one, yes. Although that headwear is somewhat distinctive on her.
It's absolutely not for children, though, so I should delete it.
I mean, I don't think there's anyone here who hasn't seen probably worse.
I had apples today.
I'm back.
Welcome.
Hello.
Huh?
I said, well.
Yeah, it's probably foolish not getting Dominicus's stuff sharpened and oiled and acid ruined. But
Joey's here. He's just eating.
All right. So,
I should eat.
anything else anyone wants to do?
I'm unawares of what's been, what could be done, and then the fact that I could even do it anyways.
I mean, is getting moving an option?
Yeah.
Getting moving is an option that I thought would come up a lot sooner, actually.
I was being polite, you know. Like, I don't want my roleplay of my animal to be like as if it's the player wanting to do it. It's just what I think he would be like, you know.
It's okay, I hide behind my clown all the times. You saw that campaign, you were there for all of it.
Yeah, I'm serious though. I'm not trying to rush the roleplay or anything because it has been fun. I've not laughed so much for ages. That tree, man, he gets my inspiration vote.
Considering what I think it's about, that's awkward.
It wasn't rude. Well, Prisma was kind of rude.
I mean, one isn't she?
But yeah, just need a consensus. The rain is still going, but it's a little lighter, and you would be able to possibly make up some time to catch up with the kidnappers before it completely stops and they're able to start moving too.
That is actually a very good point.
If they have not
That's like
already
those
been
booties.
killed by the rain.
Which we would probably be wise to assume that they haven't.
Yeah.
Until we find their molded corpses by the roadside.
Yeah.
I've deleted the last 3 apples out of Dominicus's inventory while we put on his slippers.
Get them little booties going.
Yeah, I think you'd
But
probably
yeah.
need those to get them on them.
I'm certainly good with proceeding. The only thing I had an interest in is stopping by the blacksmith.
Yeah, if we want to do anything, that's what I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to rush us out. If we
Oh no, we
do-
stopped by the blacksmith. That was the last stop we made.
Okay.
Yeah. I think
What
we're
did you
good to go.
think we were doing?
No, I knew, but I just wanted to
Did our
reaffirm.
time with the blacksmith mean nothing to you?
I wrote it on the character sheet, so yeah, it did.
Not you.
I mean, if you want to be real about it, our time with the blacksmith meant nothing to Natus.
Leastways not until we stop putting horseshoes on him.
Yeah, it's time to get them nails.
I'm gonna start calling Varsum little cub. Now he's got claws, but I don't want to offend his father.
Try, see what happens.
No.
I mean, what's his father gonna do? What, run away?
Seems accurate.
So, like, no disrespect to Tanner, but he might not come back. And I'm thinking, because it kind of puts me on the spot to control his character in a roleplay sense, so I'm thinking that I'm just going to play Natus when Dominicus isn't here and just leave Dominicus in the background.
I mean, yeah. You're the one who said you were going to do it this way before, but I don't mind you going back on it.
Yeah, because it's like I keep getting conflicts all the time, and it's giving me a bit of stress. Like, do I
Yeah.
spend this money? Do I keep adding stuff to his character sheet that he never sees? You
I,
know?
I, I feel like it would be pretty like cool of Wheat, I guess. Um, so like kind of let you have at least the ability to like telepathically communicate with Dominicus so that Dominicus can be Navis's mouth at this stage
Okay.
of the campaign because of how how Tanner isn't exactly the most reliable on being here.
Well, I don't want to take it away from Tanner either. It's awkward because he's not got a PC, and he's using his phone. I mean, I would not do it. I wouldn't play. I mean, I'm sure any of you guys would offer to do it for me, but I would not look at my crappy little phone and play. So I understand it. But I'm thinking that, like if he isn't going to show up on some parts of the campaign, that's when I'm going to bond with another rider.
Which
It
is
only
great.
takes like an hour.
Yeah, and we could do it while traveling, you know?
You could bond with the robot, and then you'll start spouting off rhino language via ramblings of the future or the past, whichever.
God.
Roar, 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 roar.
Well, my second choice of a rider was Prisma, because I was torn right at the beginning whether I was going to be Prisma's mount. But
That's right.
then
Then your breath becomes palpable as your steam.
Well.
No, that was just what I wanted.
I mean, I think Natus being Prisma's bonded mount sounds hilarious. The smallest party member and the largest party member being bonded.
and super powerful together.
Yes.
Well,
That's fine. I don't wanna-
have you come to a decision?
I'm all for moving.
Looks like we're moving.
All right. Everybody else is pretty good with that as well. There is a little bit of question on how exactly they're all gonna pile into the cart, or that not the cart. I'm so used to saying cart from the first campaign. The wagon. You guys had a cart the entire time and never upgraded to anything
we
bigger than a
upgraded.
cart.
You got that wagon from Thomas.
Oh, right. For like 2 sessions. And then you never
And then we got
used
an
it ever
airship.
again.
And then we got an airship, so you know.
Yeah.
And then that airship digivolved.
But
I mean, personally, I would have took the wagon on the airship and then used it to like drop down on someone.
But yeah,
I got some hell here a little bit. But anyway.
at the moment you can hold 6 people in the cart and, 1 driver. Technically like 2 people on Natus. Prisma's small enough that she doesn't count. She can sit on anybody in there. I guess Sieg is also small, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he could probably fit too.
We'll just tie him back to the side of Natus like he was tied before.
Theoretically, 2 people can ride on Natus's back as long as they were medium or smaller.
Yeah. Yeah. So let's do the math real quick.
Yeah, let's count us out.
Okay, so last person to talk was Joey. So Vitari won.
I don't count.
Prism. Dang it! You just talked.
Sorry. Cornelius.
Cornelius, Varsum, Tolston, Okrith, who doesn't want to be in the wagon with you guys. So
Well, he
he's
can
just-
ride outside on the back, can't he? I mean, he's already molded. What worse could happen to him?
Well, it just straight kills you. and you're unlucky if you get molded.
Wait, so him being molded doesn't make him immune to the rain?
No, it does not. It just
It-
means that he is a suitable host for the blood. That's basically all that he is a suitable host for the blood of Chernobog. He's not even technically molded, he just creates the mold from his body on his clothes and stuff. And if he touches somebody, he can potentially mold them, but mostly it's just killing people.
He is going to pose some difficulty with the transport arrangements.
Yeah, that's why he's like, just strap me to the bottom.
Well, well, Dominicus can still ride Natus, or that the covering might give him enough room to sit on top.
Yeah, it will.
Awkward, he can be on the driver's seat so he's not touching anybody.
Shoot.
Yeah, okay.
I think that leaves. That leaves six,
Dimitri and
6,
Phineas.
7. Because it leaves those 4. Dimitri and Phineas. I think we can all squeeze in to the wagon.
Wait. Question.
I think we can all fit.
Is Cornelius small as well?
Yeah.
Yes, Cornelius is also a small
Think so.
character.
Alright. I think we can fit everyone.
I think so.
As long
Even
as
with
Cornelius
the
doesn't
crate.
use giant's might.
Even with the crates, they can sit on top of the crates.
Yeah, Sigismund and Cornelius can
On
share a
top
seat.
of crates of food.
Alright, so, yeah. I think everyone can fit, weirdly enough.
Awesome.
Awesome.
2 people on Natus. Okrith in the seat. And Prisma doesn't count for anybody because she could sit
Just on
really,
somebody's shoulder.
literally anywhere. Cornelius and Sieg would just take up 1 spot. Then Varsum and Tolston. That's Vitari. Jesus. Alright, so probably missing someone unintentionally, but I count 8 from that, and 2 of them sit in 1 spot.
So that's 7.
Alright, yeah. You guys are good.
Hooray!
Alrighty.
Excellent.
Okay, so Natus goes from 0 to 120 in 1 turn.
Alright, so everybody hitches you up, gets you ready, puts up the roof,
Yeah.
and you might hear the words, "Are you ready to go, boy?" And then everyone just goes,
It must be time to be tremendous.
as you're just like, you got the zoomies,
Yeah.
and you just want to run.
Oh man.
Christmas just like,
There's a little bit of jostling, and even Dominicus is kind of like, and just kind of like, whoa, and he like is about to fall off, grabs the reins, and he's not like trying to pull you back and stop you or anything, but he's trying to like get into the, you know, the do of it to like make it smoother on himself and everybody else. So he's not trying to stop you or slow you down or anything. And from the back, as Prisma is going, wee, you can also hear Dimitri going, Just having a good old time.
Well,
Even Phineas is like, just trying to hold it down. Be the calm one that he usually is.
So I don't nag you to death about the vehicle profession roles, are you going to tell me when to do it?
At the moment, you don't have to worry about it.
Okay.
You're not being chased by anything. You're not losing control of it because like a wheel is missing or anything. You're good.
Well, 500 is a big number, so I want to get there.
Oh, I mean, if you mean like that, you can count this as you practicing, and go ahead and do a roll for it.
I'd like that.
Yeah, save us some natural 20s.
That's what I've been trying to do, but it's not working. How would I roll that? Just a d20?
Well, usually I would say that it would be it seems kind of like something that would be dexterous, you know, or depending on the situation, strength based. Like if you're fighting against a current in a boat and you're trying to keep the sail steady or the wheel steady, you would be like strength kind of thing. Since you're probably going really fast and trying not to like flip the cart or the wagon with like some of the turns that you're taking down the pathway, which is clear, by the way. Seems like nothing is on this road because of the rain, probably. But yeah, I would say that this would be kind of dexterous to kind of not flip it.
Okay.
Like, you might feel it kind of lift off of its wheels on one side, and then you kind of, like, twist to get that tugging off of you. So you're not even technically doing it on purpose. You're just, like, twisting to get it to go down, and it's actually working. So I'd say a D20 plus your dexterity.
Okay.
And this isn't, like, something you can fail. It's just something that...
9. Yeah, I've got a counter here. 9. That's a good start.
All right.
Thank you.
You only need 491 more points, and then you were proficient in that.
Yes.
In wagon.
What do you mean? He was born with his tail. He's been wagging since he was born.
Yeah, muck spreading. But yeah, Dominicus, I'm going to take a little bit of control over this. Dominicus will kind of shout back, Cornelius! How far to the next town of Toren?
Cornelius will check his map.
Checking that map, and at this speed, you would say probably around 5 hours. But I don't think it would be healthy for Natus to continue at this pace for 5 hours.
I mean, I'd roll for that.
Oh, we don't want you to be exhausted by the time we get
When we get there. Yeah.
I mean, 5 hours at full steam. Yeah. I'm thinking if we only sprint intermittently, we'd probably get there in 10 hours. No, not even. Probably 8.
Well, after I've like got the zoomies out of me, I would probably let Dominicus, you know, control the flow. So yeah.
The math is simple. If it takes 5 hours on his dash speed, then it will take 10 hours on his normal run speed, because dash speed is twice.
Yes, but if we dash for a certain interval and then walk for trot for a certain interval and then dash again for a certain interval, like how you would do traveling horses at long distance.
Yeah, you just gotta tell me which intervals are which for what, and we can do the rest of the math.
Well,
So if
that's-
there's still 5 hours left by the first time he stops dashing, and that 5 hours is considered at his dashing pace, then how much time do you think he would need to be able to dash again?
I don't really know. It depends on his cardio and how used to it he is. You know?
So then-
I was a slave animal, constantly worked to the bone.
So
So
he's
then how much time do you think he would need to get back in things?
maybe like a 10-minute break?
Okay, so 10 minutes.
Just to, just on the safe side.
And how long can he dash for?
Well, I don't actually know that. There are something called chase rules, which, if you're using that, could kind of give an idea where you can, if you're trying to chase someone, you can basically dash twice in a turn, or if you're like trying to run away, you can dash twice in a turn. But you
Technically
risk
chase and swim.
exhaustion like every turn or something like that.
Well, if every turn is 6 seconds.
Also, I'm mobile now, so I am exceptionally speedy and agile. When you use the dash action, difficult terrain doesn't cost you extra movement on that turn.
Oh yeah, then okay. Well, I guess you would actually get there a lot faster than 5 hours.
Okay, so I mean, all the
Probably,
numbers
let's just say 2.5 hours if you were able to keep it full speed. With the lack of need for difficult terrain because of your mobile feet. Because that's actually one of the things that I was basing that off of.
And I know you said it's only in combat, but stance of the stream and flowing steps.
So
I'll let you use it.
Yeah.
Because you're
that's
kind
next.
of in battle mode against this run.
Yes. So that's an extra 10 feet for a dash. So that puts me up to 70.
I'll
60.
just pass apples to Dominicus so he can give at least 1 or 2 on the trip for Natus.
okay, considering
Little
all of
snack.
these numbers are not stated in clear fashion, I'd say at worst, with rest involved, it would just be a 3-hour trip. Because 2.5 hours for a dash takes 10 minutes or so to rest and relax. Give him 3 rests, and it's a rhino. I'd be surprised if they can't run for like half an hour straight. But that wheelhouse falls more like in Dainichi's area. How long does an animal usually dash for?
Well, for rhinos, I have no clue, but for horses, the general advised pace for long distance running is an hour on, a half hour off.
Okay. So yeah, I'd say 3 hours.
All right. I will say probably not the same for horses because rhinos are a bit heavier, they seem. But I'll go with that, especially because of the mobile feet. I'll say we'll go horse distance for mobile feet. So hour on, half an hour off. Is that what you said?
Yes.
All right. I'm good with that. So let's just say 3.5 hours, just to be safe.
Seems fair. Also, it should be noted that if maintaining that pace for a couple of days, the animals would need to be rested for like 2 or 3 days afterwards to fully regain their stamina.
No, you're not going to be doing that for days.
Yeah,
But
it's not relevant.
maybe later. Maybe later in the campaign it'll happen.
I
But-
mean, I wouldn't be surprised. We had a 3-day sprint in our campaign.
It was 2 days.
Oh yeah, it was only 2 days.
But yeah, Okrith, it's like, maybe we could, I don't know, slow down a little bit. And Dominicus will say, We've already lost a lot of time. Thouest must get there, ist.
It's
Okay. Can't handle the ride, Ocrith?
Well, I'm sitting in the front, and little bumps could possibly send me careening into a group of people behind me.
I'll just hold on real tight to the seat.
Oh, I am. I need some seatbelts.
We didn't think of seatbelts. I was just trying to stay up where I was muted.
I could try casting entangle. Maybe that would help.
I don't know if that would be beneficial.
Don't do that. It's big enough to hit the entire cart.
Yeah.
I was gonna try.
The radius of that would definitely entangle the whole wagon.
And
And we
all
would
just-
basically just crash and die.
Frizz was just like,
That would be funny.
Yeah, for you.
yeah, for me.
As we're all flying through the air, I would make sure to slap you.
Why would you do that?
If we're dying, you're coming with us.
Aww.
And Dimitri is just like, friends! This is one of the funnest adventures I've ever been on.
I'm glad you're enjoying yourself.
I'm glad someone slapped the shit out of you. I'm not forgiving him. How would I forgive him?
He hasn't done anything to you guys.
I really
I mean-
like him. Why do we hate him?
He's been a pompous asshole this entire time. Prior to getting the shit beaten out of him by that.
He hasn't changed.
He's been more mild-mannered and nice. Before he was like, don't touch me, peasant.
No, he was never like, don't touch me, peasant.
He just said that we were peasants.
I mean, you are. It's not even like a slur to him. It's just a matter of fact.
But I'm not a peasant. I'm a pixie.
I mean, this is out of character.
I mean, the cream of the joke is he'd be wrong about Cornelius because Cornelius was a prince.
Uh,
Yeah, he doesn't know that though. And even
I mean,
then,
a foreign prince, but still.
even then, I don't even remember if he actually technically said commoner, right? He just said that you were
Maybe.
beneath him.
Yeah, he said beneath him.
Yes.
You are his lessers. And he does believe that.
I am
And for
not-
the most part, he would not be wrong.
And he doesn't
I'm
even
not-
mean that in a nobility type of way. But anyway. He's having fun as everyone is arguing and they're plodding down the road. And about an hour into your run, you kind of notice that the rain has stopped. Nothing is coming from the ceiling anymore. And there are just puddles. Not deep, deep puddles, but there are puddles that the wagon and Natus are running through. Kind of splashing here and there, but don't seem to be getting on anybody. Because those booties actually kind of go up the length of the leg more than
He's wearing
More than
thigh
just-
highs.
yeah, he's wearing thigh highs. More than just covering the feet. Like, they probably tested this out multiple times and was like, crap!
Yeah. Well, it
Boy,
looks
would
like
that
we
be
can
awkward.
put down the covering.
It might be a little dangerous to do that while you're moving because you know
Yeah.
it
Well, I
folds
just-
in and it'll
Comment.
catch the wind and you might lose
Yeah.
it. But
And if we do that, then the wind could really just blow Burisma away because she's flying.
Well,
And
right
then
now, I want to ask Vinny if I can borrow a bowl.
Oh, what?
I need to borrow a bowl.
Oh, yeah. Sure.
Thank you.
And I'm gonna look around and make sure no one's listening, and I'm gonna whisper something into the bowl.
I tried to
do
listen.
I get to hear?
I have a 20 on passive perception.
Okay, fine. This is only for the DM to know. Hang on. I will tell the DM what secret I whisper into the bowl.
I mean,
That's a stealth
because
check, lady.
yeah, because of the passive that he's got, you'd have to stealth. But
Yeah.
Oh dear.
You act as if I happen to even talk normally to people.
Crap.
Yeah. You act as if I'm gonna say anything. I just want to know as a player because you know
Oh,
me.
that's below my passive too, so.
Fine.
I'm almost tempted to use help here.
You're helping her stealth. That literally means you acknowledge the fact that she's trying to hide from you too.
That is true. I can't do that because that would mean that I would be aware of what she's doing. So
Well, I actually allow inadvertent help, if that makes sense.
Yeah, you could just be speaking at the same time.
Yeah.
You decide to tell a story about your tales. You know that you continuously regrew.
Huh.
Yeah. If nobody does help, then Vitari and Sieg can hear what you are trying to whisper into the bowl.
In aid of more pixie dust, I will help.
All right.
Well-
So, how are you helping at this moment?
At this precise moment, by sheer coincidence, Cornelius will be in the process of regaling the community at large with the time he spent in the fairy kingdom.
Something that she might actually be interested in too.
Yeah, but she's a pixie, not a fairy.
Also distracted by it.
It's different.
But all right, I will say that your help, you're using the help action and telling people a story. If you have anything you actually want to say about that, then you can go ahead. But other than that, I will await the thing that you're trying to whisper.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing to tell. Anyone who's played Odin Sphere knows the score.
Also, I wanted to remind you, you got that rune. I don't know if you want to attune to it or not while you're on the road.
Oh, yeah.
You mean
You
me?
have your
Yeah, you.
Yeah. I kind of, you know, when you're 7 grave, I didn't think a tune.
No, you do have to attune to it.
Okay.
You are making yourself, by putting it on your own body, into a item that you are attuning yourself to.
Give yourself a tramp stamp.
Yes. So therefore, I do put the rune on myself, and the password he says out loud. Hold on, it's another. Okay. He says, like the vents open for the mist. He says, "Futures past." He wasn't prompted to say anything, except by the rune itself. So he just said, "Futures past."
If this is for the
The
It-
password will stop the dog from attacking anyone.
Well,
it's,
that's only at the start of a long rest that you need to do that.
Oh, so what's the password now?
There is no password. You don't need to state one until you are taking a long rest.
Oh, so the dog doesn't just auto summon once engraved?
No, it does auto summon. It's always there, but you don't need to. You designate it at the start of each long rest.
Okay.
Other than that, whenever you do that and you attune to yourself, funny enough, you just see this larger than normal, kind of spectral border collie.
What's a border collie?
It's a type of dog.
Yeah, I know. I know that it's a type of dog. It's just I don't know what that is. Like what it looks like.
Well, it's kind of shaggy, but not really like super duper shaggy.
Oh,
He's kind of got this derpy look on his face. And he begins to lick you. And he's like, hello, hello. Hey.
it kind of does that imply force onto me?
I mean, yeah, he's like moving you and everything. He's totally physical.
So then that means that you guys could see
Just
that I'm
get
kind of
knocked
just
around.
moving a little bit.
That's the picture I was just gonna copy. The exact one.
So yeah. You guys can see I'm moving.
I mean, he looks, I actually have a specific picture. Let's see if I can find it. He looks a little bit like this,
Ah.
but a spectral version.
So I just put a light blue filter on it.
And the dog out of nowhere just starts talking and says, hi, I'm Gossamer.
I would have named him Sam, but that works too.
No, that's from the last campaign. I need you.
That is Gossamer.
Oh no, I remember Gossamer from the last campaign. He was on the ship.
I know I said cameos, but geez.
Well,
I was making a Son of Sam reference.
so yeah, it kind of just stares. Beep boop beep boop.
He's like, I'll protect you. Hey, I love you. Hey.
It's just staring at him.
And he licks you in the face again.
Crystal's just like,
Just
Is
the she can't see him.
Yeah, she doesn't know.
So it's just the simplest, blandest stare at the dog. It's basically this dog is the most spirited thing you could probably find when it comes to relation to Sigismund right now. 'Cause
Appropriate.
he is borderline inanimate. He is sentient, but inanimate.
Yeah, I was gonna say appropriate since he doesn't technically have a spirit to speak of.
But all right. You now have you are under the effects of the Faithful Hound spell. Anyway, yeah. As you're going along, the rain has stopped. Prisma's whispering something into a bowl, and you are being licked in the face.
So does the saliva have a smell?
It doesn't seem to even be leaving saliva.
Okay.
Like, maybe if you
notice
were
that
to wipe your face or something, there would be, like, something that you can't even feel stuck to your hand, and then it would, like, kind of animate as if you're, like, flicking it off if you're flicking your hand, but it's, like, not actually there, you know? It's kind of like an illusion that you can see but can't touch.
Well then.
But yeah,
That happened.
as you, anyone else want to do anything before we skip right along?
Or you see him getting jostled?
I mean, yeah, you can see him getting jostled, but you don't really know why.
Yeah, it's like, you okay there, Sigismund?
Uh, uh, all right. I gotta think about how to do this.
While he's creating his response, I will continue by taking the flower petal from the tulip, and I will start grinding it into a fine powder. Since I've got a poisoner's kit, I'm sure I've got a mortar and pestle.
Yeah, I would say so.
And once it's ground up, I'll mix it with the sap from the sentient tree.
Alrighty.
And then I'll mix that into the bowl with my secret. And then I will add the 2 leaves from the tree that they gave willingly. And then once that's all mixed, I will transfer it to the cauldron of pewter that I got today. And I'll be like, now I just gotta put this over a high heat.
Well. I think I might be able to help with that.
Really? Can you do it for 7 days straight?
Maybe not. Yeah.
That's my question now. How am I gonna keep this on a high heat for 7 days if we're moving? Can we build a stove in here?
If only we got that box that stopped things from aging. We could just put it under high heat for a little while, put it in there, and then when we take it out, put it on high heat again.
I wish we could do that. I guess I'll just have to wait until we can set up camp somewhere a little bit permanently.
Yeah, sorry, I do not have the ability to do that for 7 days.
It's okay. I didn't think anybody could.
Okay. So, at
I mean,
Vitari's
Sigismund could.
hold on. One thing at a time. I was typing this, I didn't listen well enough. So he, once Vitari addresses him, he just looks over to Vitari and then just starts opening the steam hatches. As the days passed, present becomes past. Future becomes present. Creatures of uncertifiable visibility spectrum begin to worship and protect robot overlords. This was the beginning of Dogonomichi.
Does that mean you got the rune going?
Beep.
Cool.
Guess I'll take that as a yes.
Hey, you talk funny, says Gossamer.
Yeah, we can't see her here.
Hey, why don't you talk to everybody, like, more often? Why do you only wait until they talk to you?
Oh, this is gonna suck. Hold on, guys. I got this response. You're a monster.
Yeah, we do have an excuse to hear him talking.
Yeah, except unlike you guys, I have to type this shit up because coming up with stuff right on the spot is just gonna make me stutter.
You should have several planned already. Just like on the off chance, like for occasions.
Yeah, plan for every single possibility.
Especially Gossamer asking if you're all right every minute.
Anyway, you're flying down the road, taking those breaks every now and then to hopefully not tire out Natus. And we'll kind of cut back and forth whenever you're doing your thing, saying that you're doing this while going, but whenever you're saying your piece, Sieg. But you get down the road, and it's been a couple hours since the rain has stopped, and the ground already seems like it's like becoming more dry. Like, it doesn't take that long for it to dry out as things, you know, trickle down between the cracks and everything. Into crevices and ravines. And you don't see anybody on your way to the next town. But whenever you get to Toren, you see that although the rain has been stopped for a while, the funnels in the sky and the flowers in the pipes and everything, as well as the treated material that drains it all, is still up. And it's not really that late in the day, but there's no one really around.
Okay. So, Sieg looks over to where the dog would be, and says, during the creation of the powerful automatic gnomes race, several centuries ago, the robots were created to address inquiries. Unit named Sigismund Hasladri is programmed with all histories and futures. Recognition chip damaged.
Huh, so you just have to answer every question? You can't talk for yourself?
Bear back.
It's like 5 minutes later.
But yeah, as you enter Toren, you can clearly see a tower in the distance up on the highest, I mean, I can't really call it a bluff, but the highest cliff that leads to the pit of space that doesn't have a seeable ground. But you don't see any people around. Sieg, I think you would be the only one that would probably be able to see what's going on with anybody. And you can see that, well, not technically see, but you notice that there are sounds coming from inside of the houses and up on top of the roofs.
Alright, well, before I comment on that, Herm.
Yeah.
Robot overlords only need to respond to inquiries. All else is inconsequential to the past of future soon to be.
But what if you have anything you want to say?
Does not compute.
Yeah.
Alright, well, I guess we're kind of in the same boat a little bit. I mean, you're the only one who can see and hear me. But... So maybe you could ask me questions every now and then, and at least I'll be able to take away a little bit of your burden.
It doesn't respond to that. Kind of just looking at him.
It's okay. I love you anyway.
Aww.
Yep, just staring at him.
And the invisible dog kind of curls around you and lifts up your head so it is now your pillow.
Well, it's a good thing it's an invisible dog, because that's relatively a heavy head for its size. You know, being made of metal and all.
He's alright.
Okay, so yes, what did I notice?
You notice that there are sounds coming from inside of the houses and on top of the roofs, but there are there's no visible people around in this town.
So yeah, you guys could see that Sieg's head is just rapidly turning to where his sounds keep coming from.
And actually, Sieg as well, in the distance, with your keen eyes, you can see that there's somebody on a rooftop. You can't make out any details from this distance, but you can see one person that doesn't seem to be hiding.
Well, this is the one that his gaze affixes to, staring straight at him, and as, the wagon moves, his head's kind of just following it.
Dominicus slows Natus to a walk as you go in to the town. He looks around and says, "Verily, where dost thou hide, people?" Okay.
Is he asking me?
No, he's just kind of talking out loud.
Okay.
Anybody can talk about that at all.
Looking around if I see anybody.
You don't really see anybody. Pretty much the only person that does is Sieg.
Yeah.
Can I?
And, well, you guys could just see that his head's just turning rapidly whenever something new enters his attention span. But the one that is visible is the one that he's mostly just returning his gaze to.
So, would I have noticed him move his head towards there?
What's your passive?
15.
And you're not trying to stealth with your movements, right?
Nope. Not at all.
All right, then yes, I would say that you do, in fact, see him move his head in that direction.
I'll look where he's looking.
So do I, since I have the same passive.
Well, in the distance, you can see there's just one lone person. Again, can't make out any details since you're far from the person, but it seems that he's on top of the tallest building next to the tower in size. I don't mean that the building is close to the tower. I mean that it's the tallest other than the building. And you hear as some people begin whispering from the windows up top.
We heard his cell phone. Mm-hmm.
You hear, Don't! They'll see! And he says, They've got to be warned! They're just sitting out there! And you hear these loud footsteps run over to the window, and the window busts open. And he says, Run! Get up high!
Is that the monkey?
No, that's not the monkey.
Actually,
We're
yeah,
still nowhere near the monkey.
who did we choose?
We chose the monkey, but the monkey's in the Hanged Gardens, and the Hanged Gardens are still quite a ways away from there and possibly only reachable by the capital.
Yeah, you're doing main quest at the moment, not side quest. You know, the time-sensitive quest.
No, in the bed. Time sensitive, my ass. We all know that RPG players are like, I'll do this when I feel like it.
Oh, yeah. In other RPGs, maybe, but not this one.
And besides which, I'd wager the kidnappers are probably heading for a major city anyway, because it's the only way they're going to, disappear with any degree of ease.
Well,
Passing through small towns, people are going to notice.
Well, as you may recall from talking to Cardia, he said that they were heading to Toren, And Toren is the end of the line before you have to double back to Langrisser and take the other fork.
Yes, I distinctly remember they were headed to a tower over by Toren.
Which you can see. But the man yells out, "Get to high ground!" And that figure that you can see in the distance kind of moves his hands up, and you see that he's holding something. I can't really tell what it is until you hear the sound of a flute.
Okay.
And one by one, you see from the bottoms of the houses rats coming
Oh, god damn it.
until
know-
the ground begins to rumble heavily. And you can see that rats are beginning to pour over the streets, making a pool of gnashing teeth that is basically ready to wash over you.
Suddenly, I feel glad I grabbed that blade oil.
So stuff's coming at us.
Yes, a wave of millions of rats.
I
Has the rain let up any?
The rain has completely stopped. It
Oh,
stopped a
awesome.
couple of hours ago.
In that case, I know exactly what I'm going to do.
well, Vitari, like a little light kind of goes out from his hand, shoots in front of them, and casts where the rats coming from, flaming sphere.
Well, they're coming from all around you.
Well, I'm gonna cast at least from one part, so at least that part won't hit us.
All right, can you click flaming sphere so that I can read it a little bit?
Click that thing. Let me click the actual spell.
All right, 5-foot diameter sphere, 5 creature that ends its time within 5 feet of the sphere must make. All right, well, I'm gonna go ahead and tell you this right now. This is more of a I'm treating this more as a terrain than a creature. But you would probably be able to halt their immediate pursuit for at least a couple of seconds.
I mean, yeah, trying to at least put some space there between us for some of it.
Hey, that'll help. So the ones that are continuing forward are getting caught up in the entanglement. Where are you putting this? Are you putting this near Vitari's flaming sphere?
Sure.
All right, well, as they are trying to wriggle through the vines and weeds, they are just disintegrating as they get too close to the sphere. And that is saving you a lot of time, but you should probably
Kind of moving it
move.
Side to side. He's like, yeah, let's find a different direction to go.
And that's whenever the man screams again, "Get up high! They don't climb for some reason!"
All right.
Oh man, I feel like you played that game.
Can we see a spot where natives could easily drag us up?
Possibly not easily, but you can see a number of wooden boxes and crates that seem hastily stacked up so that people can get on roofs.
Oh.
Especially if you're trying to get the wagon up there. That's probably not going to get the wagon up there with the wheels and everything, but you would be able to get Natus just fine up those.
Okay, well then, God.
Yeah, we don't need to get the wagon up there. The rats aren't going to eat that. Well, they might do, but they'd find it tough going.
Let's get it close to one of those stacks and unhook Natus and climb on up.
All right. Well, Dimitri hops out of the back and begins thunder waving or thunder clapping. I don't remember. I can never get that right.
Around.
It's one or the other.
Thunder clapping. He does not know thunder wave because that's the actual like first level spell. But he's just AoEing and just like throwing rats away as much as possible to keep them away from people. Let's see here. Okrith is just kind of standing there. And they just seem to kind of give him a wide berth for some reason. And he's like sidestepping to kind of like make them back off. Almost that like animal intuition thing. Like, I don't want to touch this thing.
Yeah, there's something going on with this guy.
And she throws some candy and they just like stop to eat it.
When they get past it, the candy's bones are out. Wait, what?
Cornelius, of course, will be bounding up to the nearest structure and preparing to help anyone who needs help making the climb.
And as you do that and get on to there, you could see a hatch open up. And the man that was just yelling at you comes up out of it and runs over to you to also help anyone else. So
Here I was thinking I'd have to cast a circle of fire around the cart with my blade oil.
well, you could have done that and that would have helped for a while, but after a while they would have probably gotten in there.
I'm presuming they're only interested in meat.
Yeah, that's my presumption. I mean, they chew on inanimate objects, but generally only to wear down their teeth. They don't usually eat them.
Yeah, they probably wouldn't swallow anything on you, but I would still consider them, doing damage to you if you were inside of them. But as everyone makes their way, I would say Natus would probably actually have to do an athletics check. And even though this is more of a kind of like keeping your balance kind of thing and not breaking the boxes underneath you, instead of a acrobatics,
I'll give him guidance.
Nice.
Oh yeah, you're able to, just where to step on these boxes to not break them in and fall in, and you.
Cornelius helping me.
I would assume so. Yeah.
But that's an advantage for our kitty.
Well, guess what? You can stalk that one for the next 10 minutes.
Yeah.
I see what he did there.
Clever.
But yeah, you guys get up to the roof as the rats begin to just overpour faster than they could be taken out, and the entire street looks like it's living beneath you.
Well, that spear lasts for a minute, so I just keep it there as long as it lasts.
Yeah, and it doesn't seem to be making a noticeable dent. But
Well.
some of them are going "Ee!" and then just burning away. But yeah, no noticeable dent, even after a minute. And even then, they would probably not go near it for a while.
Yeah, well, I would move it back and forth, so at least that.
How much XP does a rat give?
Like,
Maybe all these rats count for something.
Yeah, after everyone is on the stone roof, the man kind of just falls onto his butt. He says, "Chose a bad time to come to Toren."
Yeah, it would seem so.
What's with all the rats?
Well, we don't really know. They just came with the music. They seem to be trying to keep everyone inside.
Does it happen often? Or...
Only when somebody tries to go outside.
Oh. How do y'all go anywhere in this place then?
We don't. Not for the past couple of days.
Aren't y'all starving?
We have stores of food in our houses, like normal people would, but it can't last forever.
I'd assume not.
That's why I said you need to get up high. They don't seem to mind us being inside or up top.
Well.
And you know what I think? I think it's that guy. And he just points at the guy on the roof.
That does seem very suspicious.
Doesn't it?
Yeah.
We might be kind of in the middle of nowhere, but we're not stupid enough to know that that's the person doing it.
Yeah. Well, do they ever leave that area? Have y'all seen them go somewhere specific?
Oh,
Anybody?
I've been keeping an eye on him, but can't keep my eye on him the whole time. I haven't seen him move. Every now and then it looks like he seems to be eating something, but I don't know, if he's controlling these rats, he probably has them bringing him stuff.
That makes sense, yeah.
Maybe I can find out.
I mean, you'd be the safest one, probably.
Yeah, maybe try to sneak.
Even better! I can go invisible now!
Yeah. Let's still try not to make noise.
Invisibility!
Alright, you go invisible. And what are you doing?
I'm gonna go spy on the guy in the shadows.
Alright. Well, as you fly closer, none the aware of your existence, you see a man just in rags. Kind of seems to be wearing a mask in the shape of a rat. But other than that, you can't really tell any underlying features of his face. And he isn't playing his flute anymore. It's like he just kind of takes a break and watches in complete stillness. How close are you getting to him?
Let's say I get as close as 10 feet.
Well, around the time you start getting to 20 feet, he begins to kind of lift his face and sniff the air.
I will stop then.
He can't see. He smells you. You should tell him.
He hears birds.
Yeah, he knows where you are by the bird sounds.
It's not me. It's somebody else.
He kind of stands up and takes a step forward with bare, long-nailed feet, broken, and kind of looks more like feet claws than nails at this moment. He kind of stumbles forward more than walks. And he's slowly getting closer to you.
I like fly and keep and maintain a distance. So like as he comes forward, I fly back.
All right, he gets to the edge of the building.
How far is he from the group?
From the group?
Yeah.
You can't really tell the exact distance, but he is a good ways away. Estimation, I'd say probably about 500 feet.
Okay.
Well out of bow shot, sadly. I was going to shoot him with a shoot at him with a crossbow to give him something else to focus his mind on, but...
Like, those of you with good enough passive perception, like 15 and above, you can see him but not make out details. You know? Anyone below that can even just barely see his silhouette, you know? Like, you know that he's there, but you can't really even tell that he's, like, holding up a flute whenever he's playing it.
And here I thought the culprit would be a serpent with a crown.
Also, gotta say, it is dark in there. So it's at low light at the moment.
Good thing I've got dark vision.
I mean, dark vision just lets you see as if total darkness was dim light anyway.
Yeah, so, I mean,
It doesn't even technically work on dim light.
eh.
You need true sight.
Or devil's sight.
Yeah. I missed it sometimes.
But anyway, yeah, he takes a couple steps forward, smelling the air, until he gets to the edge of the building and doesn't take any more steps. And then he begins sniffing the other direction, to the left of him, and walking that way.
Totally a rat, man.
And you can hear as he says, "Sweet."
Ugh. Feed him the black sugar.
Do you actually eep?
No.
Alright, I gave you a chance to... But from now on, I'm just going to say that you did eep. If it happens again, you eeped.
I didn't eat.
Sugar. And he begins to walk the other way before sniffing back to his original sitting place. And he folds his legs underneath him slowly as he rests his butt back on the roof.
Can I see where his flute is?
It's in his hands.
Oh, dang.
Yeah, he's not playing it, but you can see that he is grasping it firmly in both hands and up against his chest.
Yeah, I don't think I'll be able to take that even with the stock nat 20. So,
You could poison the mouthpiece, though.
I could, but I don't know if this guy's really bad or not. I mean, just because he's using a bunch of rat hordes doesn't mean he's a bad guy.
Oh yeah. Yeah. He's not the bad guy.
The Pied
He's-
Piper of Toren.
He's basically starving out everyone and eating everyone who tries to refuse being starved out. But he's not the bad guy.
Maybe they shift him on a job.
Well, as you are watching him, he perks up and then runs, steps up really fast and runs to the side, puts one foot on the raised ledge of the roof and kind of looks forward.
Looks forward towards where?
Towards the entrance of Toren.
Is someone coming in?
And as you look back, you do see that someone is coming in.
Oh?
And he begins to play, putting his
Can I-
flute to his lips, begins to play. And the rats begin to open a pathway.
For whoever just came in?
Yep. I think you're probably a little too far away to see any details, but those of you on the roof would be able to see a masked man with an X in the middle of the mask and stringy hair, with a woman with these big pigtails.
Ah, crap, is the princess. We all
And
know.
the guy that gave us the finger.
With a
Is
mask.
The princess is in on it too! It's a conspiracy! She wasn't kidnapped!
And a young woman, probably in her 20s, wearing a white dress that goes all the way down with flowing scarves and white hair, white straight hair, walking with the two masked individuals through the living floor of rats.
Well, we've reached our destination.
It seems that you went fast enough that you actually beat them since they had to hole up.
Well,
Prisma will just kind of hide in a dark corner and just watch the man with the flute and the people approaching him.
Well, as they walk down the street, the man with the mask kind of looks forward, puts his hand above his eyes to the flute player. And he kind of pulls a knife from one of his belts that he has around his torso. And then he rears back and backhandedly throws it towards the flute player. Prisma, you don't see the flute player react to this at all. But in a split moment, you feel a pain as a knife lands directly into you.
Oh no. How big is that knife? That could have just cleaved her in half.
I'd say that she'd probably be able to get away with a graze. And you take 8 piercing damage. And the man with the flute jerks his head to look as the blood falls to the ground beneath you.
Aha! We've detected the candy. Kinda liberally.
He stops playing his flute and runs to you wildly, not knowing exactly where you are, but he comes down with this gnarled claw of a hand. Not even actual claws, just long, broken fingernails.
Don't you reappear when you get attacked?
Does she?
I thought that's what happens when you're invisible. If you attack or are attacked.
Doesn't say.
That's
Depends,
because it
isn't
just says you cast invisibility.
Yeah, that's
invisible,
what
you gotta hit your back.
I'm sorry. That's
All
all
right.
it has.
Anything the target is wearing or carrying is invisible as long as it's on the target's person. The spell ends for a target that attacks or casts a spell. It is concentration, and you did take damage. So I'll need you to make a concentration check.
Nat 20.
Yeah, can I use the 20?
Yeah, you can use a 20 for this.
I'm gonna use the 20.
Haha!
All right,
we
you
knew
use
about
your
that.
banked roll, but he's still going to run over and attack wildly where the blood is dripping from. So he'll have disadvantage on this attack.
Okay.
Does a 17 hit?
Yes.
All right, well, you get smacked
You don't
by
have
this.
disadvantage? Sorry.
Oh, wait,
Did you not
yeah,
have
disadvantage. Sorry.
There's a 16 hit. I wasn't.
14.
I can't-
Matches.
All right, with the disadvantage, you are able to kind of just use the wind around his hand to kind of swoop around and out of the way. And you see as the ground, or the roof in this case, is broken away by his hand. And you kind of see a glowing eye peering from underneath the hood and behind the mask. As another drip of blood from that knife drops from you and hits the ground, and he just turns his head. Sweet.
He wants candy. He wants your good stuff.
Well, that'll hit. And as you spray candy into his face, he takes 5 bludgeoning damage. But
Might
that
have been a
also
mistake.
undoes your invisibility.
And I immediately fly away!
You see him kind of scoop up a handful of the candy and throw it in his mouth.
You are friend.
but he no, he's not. He's not saying you are friend, but and he will chase you to the edge of the roof, but no farther. And you see as he begins feverishly playing his flute, and in between doots, he waves kind of like hurry up.
Bless you.
And the man who threw the knife with the mask with the X on it picks up the woman in white and the two masked people begin running towards the tower as the sea of rats parts for them.
I mean, we're going to have to stop him getting to the tower. That's our only advantage.
Well, at the moment, I have to ask time.
I do have to leave.
Time for
Alright.
Time Force.
That's a good cliffhanger.
All right.
It is.
Well, then that will be the end for tonight. I thank you all for joining me. I hope you enjoyed yourselves. And I hope you all have a good night. And until next time, on Dungeons and WheatTons.
Outro.
Goodbye.